Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku and Momo Isekaied to different world? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
A denizen of the street sat covered in nearly torn and filthy clothing. He chose to be abandoned by humanity. He was on the verge of going insane from the pictures he saw. His ability to see into another plane of existence while he slept, or, more recently, while he was awake, was the quirk that led to his madness. Asakaki Tashiniaki had visited the place once before in his youth, so he knew he could return. However, his stay was short, and he still bears the scars he received from some small monsters known as goblins. When he got there, it had been a real nightmare because he had been forced to witness and experience the monsters' brutality while visiting a village. He had just managed to avoid the fate of the people in a small village. Re-entering his own universe, he never realized that his mind was now open to seeing that world in his dreams because he had gone. To his dismay, he was plagued by unusual dreams and images. No, that would be acceptable. Images depicting rape, murder, and slaughter were used to attack him. He kept seeing images that made him feel nauseous. He would never have gone there if he had known what would occur. When he returned, his parents thought he was insane due to his injuries, which they thought he had caused himself. They tried to get him placed in a care facility. Rather than going, he fled his house and took sanctuary on the street. He was living in any shelter he could find and begging for money to feed himself. Unintentional conflict. Midoriya Izuku was in hell. He had to question why Mr. Ivaza would put him through what he was going through now. Which, according to him, was the worst thing that could happen. In actuality, he had improved while he was with his female classmates. He did, however, stammer and stutter most of the time when he had to talk to them. No, he was on the training patrol with Momo Yaoyorozu, which he felt was a big issue, and that was what made things difficult for him. Katsuki Bakugo or anyone else would have been kinder to him. No, he was paired with Momo Yaoyorozu, who was arguably UA's prettiest girl. He had never been by himself with her in all the time he had known her, and he made an effort to maintain that. The same goes for any other girl in his class. Fortunately, the only thing that made the whole thing tolerable at the time was that it was 20 degrees outside, so he didn't have to put up with Momo in her revealing hero uniform. To his dismay, however, they both had to wear proper winter attire. Her attire undoubtedly demonstrated how gorgeous her body was. A black parka coat that was at least 2 sizes too small, tight blue jeans, and black knee-high boots. He was astounded by her ability to look so amazing even in winter clothing. Blowing on her bare hands, she remarked, "I think it is getting colder, Midoriya." She then took a pair of gloves out of her coat pocket and put them on. This was the third time she tried to engage him in even a brief conversation, and all he did was nod. There was nothing more he could bring himself to say. He swallowed hard as he looked at his watch. Momo gave Izuku a curious look as he whispered, "We only have 2 more hours. Then the patrol is over for today," finding it pleasing that he had spoken to her at last. The fact that he felt so awkward speaking to her bothered her. That was what she wanted to confront him about. At the very least, they were more than just classmates. However, it was not appropriate to confront him while on patrol. Later, she would do it. She had no intention of repeating what they had to go through today in order to continue, especially since they were planning to conduct the same kind of patrol the following week. Momo responded, "Yes, Kyoka Jiro and Tenya Iida will relieve us." Then she noticed something. One of the residents seemed to be avoiding them altogether. Yes, the majority of local residents followed suit. However, this one appeared to be quite dubious about it. The dirty black bearded man lowered his head and appeared to nearly dash into an alley's shadows. Izuku nodded when she asked, "You see him?" Izuku's voice was no longer low as he said, "Think we should check him out? At most check to see if he is all right." Momo gave him a small smile. Izuku's hero mode intrigued me because it was entirely distinct from his regular mode. When Momo tapped her earwig, she said, "I will call it in." She addressed the pro-hero who was discreetly watching them, saying, "Mr. Snipe, this is Yaoyorozu. I am with Midoriya and we are at the corner of K Street and what looks like R Street. There is a suspicious individual across the street from us. We are going to check him out." She turned to face Izuku. Izuku nodded as she informed him, "Mr. Snipe is reminding us to be careful and if it turns hazardous, we are to back off." She saw green electricity start to sparkle around him as he whispered something. She suspected it was only around 10%, and she knew he had just powered up. She had seen firsthand the unfavorable outcome that occurred when he attempted to access anything over 20%. The usual outcome was damaged tissue and broken bones. Izuku said sharply, "Yaoyorozu, keep a little behind me." Momo flinched. Despite her decision that it might be a good idea, she needed to stay out of Izuku's way if it got violent. In the event that the man proved to be dangerous, she could simultaneously make a few defensive items that would help him. They moved steadily in the direction of the dubious man. Both of them knew that the man was thinking of fleeing when he saw them. Izuku asked sweetly, "Excuse me, sir. Are you okay?" And the man gave him a stern look. "No. Leave me alone." The man commanded sharply, continuing to look around uneasily. His eyes darted from down the alley and back at the two UA students, and he started to perspire. Izuku said calmly as he prepared to approach, "Easy, sir. We are from the UA Hero School and all we want to do is make sure you are alright." Momo placed a restraining hand on his left forearm to stop him. The sensation of leaving the man before them did not sit well with her. Izuku nodded subtly as Momo whispered to him, "Do not get too close to him. Midoriya. Snipe is on his way." The man screamed, "Stay away from me," and backed away until he was pressed against a wall of the building. The two UA students remained apart. The man's eyes widened in fear. The man warned, his voice now sounding as though he was no longer actually speaking to them. "Wait, you are heroes. No, you are not taking me. I will not go. You should have left me alone." From behind Izuku, Momo said, "We do not mean you any harm, sir." The man just began to laugh, and it wasn't a nice laugh. Both of them saw the odd orange-blue energy pulsing from his hand as he then swept his right arm in their direction. The man roared, "Begone to never return. You will not plague me again." Before Izuku could respond, a weird feeling swept over him. He knew Momo was feeling the same agony when he heard her gasp. Izuku had to squeeze his eyes shut because the energy hurt and sent stinging prickles all over him. As he fell against the ground, he felt it for the first time, and to his surprise, it felt like grass. But since he was still unable to see or even move, he was unable to be sure. In a matter of seconds, the tingling subsided and he was able to see once more. He sat upright and waited for his eyes to focus before opening them. He was unable to completely accept or understand what had occurred. He was standing close to a vast forest in an open grassy field that was a foot high. From behind him, he heard Momo exclaim, "Oh my God," in complete shock. He turned, then gaped at what he saw above them and over her shoulder. Overhead, there are two moons. One green and one red. The other world. For several minutes, they both sat there, gazing at their strange surroundings. The fact that there were two moons wherever they were still astounded them. Izuku had to concur with Momo when she finally said, "I do not think we are on Earth anymore." "Well, our Earth." After taking off her parka, she placed it next to her. Then Izuku followed suit. They were now in an area that was at least 40 degrees warmer than the cold place they had left behind. Momo nodded when Izuku said, "I think we should stay here as long as we can. Maybe Mr. Snipe can. I don't know, get that man to bring us home." Their only chance of returning home was most likely that. That was doubtful, though, especially after hearing the insane man tell them to be gone and never return. The words stuck in her mind. "I will agree to that. But only until morning. That is if this place has a morning. If it does, we cannot remain here for a long period of time after that. From the indications and the fact that it is a great deal warmer here. It could get considerably hotter here and we have no water or food." Izuku took a deep breath. It was true what she said. At that point we should seek out any type of civilization. Izuku worriedly questioned, "How do you know if there is any civilization here?" Momo grinned. He saw the dirt road, which seemed to stretch for miles in both directions, as she gestured to the right a few yards away. He said, embarrassed, "Oh." He had failed to notice the road. They sat there for what seemed like hours, but Izuku's watch showed that it was only 2 hours before the sun rose. Since the sun rose at home at about 5 in the morning, he changed the time. He stood up and let out a sharp, heavy sigh. Momo got up too. Then made a black magic marker and a red flag. Momo asked, "Which way should we go?" Izuku shrugged and showed her a coin he had taken out of his pocket. Izuku gestured down the road to the right, saying, "Heads that way." He gestured left and said, "Tails that way." She gave a nod. Tossing the coin, he pointed to the right with his thumb and said, "Heads. That way it is." Momo put their initials on the flag after drawing a black arrow on it. He got it right away. They came here to look for them if Snipe or another pro hero managed to persuade the man to reopen whatever he used to send them here. Where the two had gone would be indicated by the flag. After inserting it into the ground, she grabbed her parka. Izuku followed suit. After that, they set out. She thought it was intriguing that Izuku was able to talk to her without stuttering or stammering because of the circumstances they were in. It dawned on her then that he was most likely still in hero mode rather than normal mode. She assumed that eventually he would return to the point where he could hardly communicate with her. However, she hoped he would get comfortable enough with her to refrain from doing so. They discovered a stream an hour later, or at least that's how long Izuku's watch said it was. To ensure that the water was safe to drink, Momo made a water test strip. Which it was. After they both had a drink, she made 2-gallon canteens. Izuku told her, do not overdo it. She wasn't sure how long she could keep making things without having a quick snack. He was hungry, and he was certain she must be too. Momo said, I am good for a few more minor items. Her stomach began to growl. Izuku shook his head when she said, okay, I'm hungry, but don't worry, I have enough stored limpets. Momo grinned as Izuku proposed, a stream could mean fish. We could stay here long enough for me to find out. Momo stood up and said, good idea, while you do that, I will see about starting a fire. Just in case you do catch something. She chose a good spot, which also happened to be where someone else had already built a campfire. She collected some wood and kindling. She made a little lighter out of nearly all the limpets she had in stock. Fortunately, Izuku arrived with a 2-foot-long fish at that precise moment. She created a tester with her remaining limpets to look for any poisons or toxins in the fish. They both ate, but Izuku made sure to give Momo half of his fish. Oh good. They're safe. Using the justification that she needed to consume enough saturated fats in order to continue creating items they might require if needed. They filled the canteens and proceeded on their journey after drinking their fill from the stream once more. After another mile of walking in almost complete silence, Momo had had enough. Izuku turned to face her as she said, can we? I don't know. Talk. Then she noticed that he had gone back. Izuku stammered, about what? And Momo laughed quietly. Momo glanced over at her anxiously and asked, back to normal are we? With a slight smile. He nearly stumbled on the uneven dirt road when he said, you know at some point Midoriya you need to get where you can talk to me without stuttering. Though I do find it kind of cute. Izuku blushed a little and said, I will try not to. Momo shook her head, still grinning. So wait can we call each other by our surname? Since we have no idea how long we are going to be here and I want to believe that we are. Well that we are not just classmates but friends. Momo asked and Izuku softly inhaled and nodded. She gestured to his scarred hands and forearms and said, Izuku, have always wanted to know. He paled a little when she said, your quirk has a very extreme and harmful effect on you. Why is that? Izuku said without stuttering at all, I am working on that. But my quirk is too powerful for my body to handle it completely. I am able to use a small percentage of it. At most 20% without it breaking my bones, though it does hurt. Momo found a conversational technique that might help him stop stuttering. Well, can I suggest something? While here we have no idea if there is any type of medical assistance they might have. So it might be advisable not for you to cause any type of permanent harm upon yourself. Unless it is a dire situation. You might not want to cause yourself anything that breaks bones. Izuku nodded slowly in agreement. Izuku went pale as she continued, we might be somewhere where the doctors just cut off broken digits instead of setting them. Izuku looked down at his hands and said, you might be right about that. The thing is, we have no idea what we might encounter here. I might have to go all out to at least protect ourselves. Then Momo had another idea and changed the topic. True, but until we do, we should strive not to get into any situation unless it is direly necessary. Life and death type of situation. Izuku. If there are people here, I doubt that they will speak Japanese. Do you know and speak any other language other than Japanese? He replied. Momo bit her lower lip as Izuku responded, I took the required term of American English in middle school and that is about it. You? Mom didn't mention that she could speak French and Italian, but she did say, same. Though I have been there 4 times in the last 5 years on vacation. I can speak it rather effectively. They didn't know what they were saying, so they said, so if the people here speak Japanese or English then we should be alright. She was a little worried about that. Naturally, they were unaware until they actually encountered someone and made an effort to speak with them. Izuku pointed further down the road where they both noticed another road cross over the one they were on and asked, is that a crossroad up ahead? They accelerated their pace after Momo remarked, looks like it. Hey, there is a sign on the corners. She let out a deep sigh at the first sign. She couldn't even make out what it said because the letters were so worn down. Moving on to another, the sign was deteriorated once more. After approaching one of the others, Izuku shook his head. She grinned as they approached the final sign together. If I am reading this right and it is in English. That way is Watertown. Wait, could this be the United States? When I went there, I toured around New York and there is a city called Watertown. Could the man have transported us there? She asked and Izuku nodded. Though he had some doubts, Izuku said with hope, I have no idea. Though it is possible. They hadn't seen or heard any planes flying overhead, to start. There were also no indications of truck or car tires, despite the dirt road being well maintained. He didn't think they were in New York State, therefore. That was a pleasant hope. Momo examined the sign more closely. Momo pointed to the other signs and said, if I understand correctly, Watertown is about 120 miles away. It would take us a week to get there. Izuku had to agree when she said, I think we should go in a different direction and hope that we find something closer. They could travel that route and not encounter any food or water because, among other things, they had no idea what lay ahead. They would then be in serious trouble. Izuku pointed to the two alternative directions and asked, so which way do we go? They didn't want to go back the way they came or have to flip a coin once more. At this point, that seemed silly. After glancing both ways, Momo gestured to the left. Momo said, those are mountains over that way. I think we should go that way. Izuku gave her a perplexed look. She pointed to the grooves carved into the road that led to ore from the mountains and said, what I bet is that there has to be civilization that way. Look at the road. It is heavily traveled that way. Izuku wiped perspiration from his brow and remarked, you are right. At the very least it might be cooler that way. With the scorching sun shining down on them, the temperature had increased to roughly 90 degrees. After deciding on a course, they started to walk in the direction of the distant mountains. They arrived in time to see Yaoyorozu and Midoriya vanish in a burst of energy. The disheveled man was confronted by Snipe, who was neutralized by Iwasa's arrival. The two stood over the unconscious man while other heroes questioned anyone in the area. I wanted to find out what had happened. Soon after, Midnight joined them, and based on her facial expression, Iwasa could tell she had bad news. Those two over there said they saw the whole thing. It seems this guy here enveloped Midoriya and Yaoyorozu in some type of energy and then they were gone. They did hear him tell them right before the man there ranted about something in the lines of be gone and never return. You will plague me never again. Or something in that regard. She stated to the two additional teachers. With the hope that it was true, Snipe asked, do you think that maybe he somehow sent them somewhere? That his quirk transported them somewhere else? Otherwise, he would blame him for what had happened. Instead of thinking the man hadn't just killed them, he wanted to think that was what had happened. Midnight hoped that was the case and stated, from what I heard from other witnesses, it could be possible. We won't know until he wakes up and we can interrogate him. Iwasa said he was prepared to coerce the man into cooperating, saying, if he did, then he should be able to bring them back. Or at least tell us where he sent them if he did transport them elsewhere, that is. He didn't intend to let Midoriya's mother and Yaoyorozu's parents know that they didn't know where the two students were. To their dismay, the deranged man later refused to tell them anything except that he had sent the two teenagers to a place where they would never again bother him, be found, and be brought back. On the road at twilight, Izuku let out a little groan as the sun started to set in the distance. The mountains continued to loom in front of them even after they had been walking for hours. Off in the distance. Momo laughed when he said, I thought by now we would at least be at the mountains. Momo pointed to the central mountain in front of them and told him, those mountains are probably huge. So they look closer than what they truly are. I would make a guess that we are most likely at least 2 more days away from the edge of that big one there. They proceeded to a group of trees and made the decision to spend the night there. Leaning back against a tree beside each other, they made a campfire and covered themselves with their parkas. Izuku looked up at the moons, which had risen. Momo also looked up at them, and Izuku remarked, it is so weird to see 2 moons at night. Momo tightened her parka around her and remarked, the two do give off enough moonlight that it is not pitch black out at night. Even with the fire, it felt colder because the temperature had dropped. She glanced at Izuku, shivering a little because she knew what she was going to say would likely make him stutter and stammer once more. I think we should share. Body heat. She blushed a little and said, it is getting colder. He started to breathe heavily in and out and turned pale. He took a deep swallow. Izuku gasped, how would we do that? And Momo grinned, amused. She approached him and grabbed his parka, flinging it across their legs. then covered their upper bodies with hers. Mother rested her head on his shoulder and remarked, "This is how. Ah. It does feel a bit warmer now." The contact made his entire body tense, but he appeared to loosen up a bit after a few minutes. In an attempt to make Izuku feel more at ease with her being so near him, she continued, "We better get some sleep and hope that tomorrow we reach some type of civilization." His breathing was more even, but he was still tense. Izuku stammered her name and said, "Yes, let's hope. I do not know about you Momo. But I am starting to get hungry. I'm not accustomed to saying it aloud." Momo nodded and took a deep breath. They only had the fish they had earlier that morning, and that was after a lengthy hike. Their reserves were both low. She was aware that until she ate something soon, she probably wouldn't be able to make anything too complex. Soon, both of them were drawn to sleep, and they fell asleep. Izuku was sleeping against a tree with the most beautiful girl he had ever seen cuddling up to him. Wasn't totally peaceful. That's why he heard a scream that made his blood run down his spine, reverberate across the wide open plains. Missing it wasn't difficult. Now completely awake, he listened as his eyes opened. Momo sat up from her position, leaning heavily against him, and asked, "Did you hear that?" Izuku answered, "Yes." After that, they heard one more, then another. They were all resonating in the distance. He stood and, like Momo, focused on trying to figure out where it came from. She shut her eyes and paid closer attention. She took a gentle breath as another scream erupted. Momo opened her eyes once more and said, "Maybe about 2 or 3 miles that way." There seemed to be more screams coming from the same direction. Momo nodded when Izuku told her, "We need to go. If someone is in trouble, we should try to help them." They grabbed their parkas and started moving as quickly as they could down the street in the direction of the yelling. He blushed, and at first Momo was going to laugh at how ashamed he appeared to be. "I could, activate about 10% and..." However, neither was aware of the situation further on, and based on their hearsay, it must be serious. Izuku nodded in response to Momo's question, "Do you think you can carry me that far without getting tired?" He picked her up bridal style, went to 10%, and ran down the street after saying, "Okay, let's do it. People are in trouble, and I for one think it is no time to be embarrassed or self-conscious about you carrying me." She marveled at how fast he could run while holding him by the neck with her arms. Even though he had a very red face. The goblins launched their attack on Small Mound Village 2 hours after nightfall, stepping into the tiny houses on the outskirts that overlooked the mountains, murdering men and kidnapping women. However, once the goblins discovered them, some were violated. The village became aware of this and started to defend itself. However, it was useless because the village was already populated by at least 50 monsters. The defenders therefore had little chance. In particular, the presence of 4 hobgoblins made resistance impossible. A young red-haired girl was dragged out of her home by a snickering goblin. Her father had been sliced to pieces by other goblins, and her mother had been beaten in the head. Up until a recent arrival smashed him so severely that he flew across the narrow street and collided with a stone wall. The gleefully evil creature kept laughing. The sight of a young boy and a young woman standing there startled the other goblins, who all turned to face the attack's origin. Izuku and Momo could not help but notice the carnage in front of them when they arrived. The two could tell that the creatures were humans because the short green creatures were brutally killing anyone they could. Another man screamed as 2 of the monsters viciously tore him to pieces in their hesitancy and astonishment at what they saw. Momo turned to face Izuku, feeling sick. She grated her teeth and uttered, "The gloves are off on these things. Izuku. We need to take them down hard." They looked over and saw a girl who was not much older than them being dragged out of a small house by one of the monsters. The thing started tearing the girl's nightgown off her while she screamed and begged for assistance. Izuku said, "So basically I show no mercy." He asked why he did not find that problematic. As she was currently unable to create anything, Momo had to agree to Izuku's declaration that, "Momo, see to her and the others. I will take care of whatever these things are." As an alternative, she took a broken spear and kept it private. Momo helped the red-haired girl up and guided her toward some other villagers who were gathered nearby, saying, "Okay, Izuku. But be careful," standing prepared to protect them if needed. Observing as Izuku was approached by 2 of the larger creatures. Momo grinned at the woman who said, Your comrade should be careful. Those hobgoblins are. They're worse than the other goblins. They're stronger." Momo told the older woman, "I am not worried, Izuku." Well, Izuku is extremely strong. She then slashed the staff she was holding downward. Using the broken end of the spear, She slammed two of what she now knew were goblins hard, one across the head and the other as hard in the chest, easily knocking both away. Pointing out that she was far stronger than the short green monsters, she had to assume that they had more victims when they attacked. Their advantage over bigger and more powerful opponents was that Izuku essentially threw one of the larger brutes into more than a dozen of the smaller goblins at a distance of at least 50 meters, and I looked back to observe. The goblins were startled by this, and many of them fled. Izuku grabbed the other big hobgoblin's right wrist and easily stopped its blow as it lunged at him. Its monstrous face initially wore a murderous, enormous smile, but as it attempted to free his arm from Izuku's hold, it appeared to panic. Izuku punched the object squarely in the face with a left straight arm. Its nose was nearly flattened by the force of the blow, which caused it to collide with and throw one of the tiny houses. It fell in a pile of blood. He turned and pointed to the smaller creatures and the two larger ones that were still there. The others fled in fear as he said, "Next." They dropped their weapons and ran as quickly as they could. Izuku and Momo assisted with the wounded after the attack was over. When Momo told the survivors that she was hungry and felt weak, one of them offered her something to eat, and she was able to take it. Consequently, she started making as many bandages as she could. Izuku was sickened by the sheer number of dead, and some of the other villagers started to carefully move them to one side. The two hobgoblins and the dead goblins were piled up by the men at the same time, splattering a dark liquid of some kind onto the pile and igniting it. Slumping against a wall, close to dawn. Both of them were worn out. An old man came up to them. The gray-bearded man, leaning heavily on his walking stick, said, "We need to thank you, adventurers. If you had not come when you did, a great number of us would have been dead or captured by those goblins." Snacking on some bread that one of the other women had given her, Momo questioned, "Adventurers? What are they?" The man gave her a perplexed look. Izuku explained their situation to the man in order to clear up any confusion. That they didn't live here on Earth. Despite his continued confusion, the man informed them about the adventurers and all he knew about the goblins. "It's almost noon, and we have 2 backpacks, blankets, and a few travel rations." The two were on their way after attempting to avoid accepting items that the villagers offered as a token of appreciation. They know exactly where they're supposed to go now. A town nearby was located a few miles away. They would be able to communicate with the Adventurers Guild, as the villagers called it. Momo needed to make something from memory since she had enough limpets inside of her. She soon took a 9mm Beretta pistol from her stomach while focusing on the creation. She then produced 30 rounds of ammunition in 2 magazines. She slipped the magazines into her belt, loaded them, and slammed one into the pistol. Wishing for something that would work against everything, even more goblins. Izuku gazed in disbelief at the weapon she had created. He had to acknowledge that the pistol would do just that when she said, "What? If we come across those things again, I want something that will make them think twice about attacking me or you." She did not advocate for the death penalty, even when it came to self-defense. However, following their experiences and observations, when it came to those monsters, she was more than willing to do so. A half-dozen of her specialty were the next items she produced. Flash bombs. She placed hers where she could easily reach them and gave Izuku half of them. Izuku paused at about noon and gestured toward a field to the left. Momo turned to see more than 24 dead goblins where he was pointing. They were all killed in different ways. "I'm getting closer." Pointing to the larger goblin that they had discovered was actually a hobgoblin, he remarked, "These look like the same that retreated from the village." The distance between its head and body was 1 foot. Momo looked around, took her pistol from her belt with her right hand, and leaned down to pick up an odd-looking arrow. Someone took them out. Instead of an arrowhead, it had a green pine cone attached. The arrow was thrown back down by her. They went back to the road and saw a group walking in the same direction a good mile away. "I think we should move on." Zero peering back toward the area where they had just defeated the horde of goblins in an ambush, Goblin Slayer questioned, "Are they goblins?" After looking and shading her eyes, the high elf archer shook her head. The elf scowled and said, "No two humans. They had stopped where the goblins are and now they're coming this way." She added, somewhat fretfully, "Neither seems to be carrying any type of weapon." The blonde teenager priestess said, "Maybe we should wait for them. There might be more goblins around." Not wanting to be the cause of one of the dangerous monsters' attacks. The dwarf lifted up his traveling bag and then the cask that held the alcohol and said, "If we waited it would give us a perfect chance to eat." The dwarf sat down on the side of the road after the elf smirked and said, "Like you need a reason to stuff yourself and make yourself even broader." Moving to join the dwarf, he said, but I guess we could do with a small repast. Taking out some travel rations for Elvis. Extending one to the priestess, her current best friend, who took a seat beside the 2,000-year-old elf. Over the past few months, the two had grown closer, and the younger girl even moved in with the older elf woman back in the city. The lizard man asked, "Do we have any cheese?" And the dwarf produced a wheel of cheese after reaching into the bag. The lizard took it. The lizard shaman gleefully grabbed the cheese, and the dwarf laughed, of course scaly. The lizard man took a big bite of his now favorite food and exclaimed, "Ah, nectar of the gods." Ice cream came in second. Goblin Slayer joined them, saying, "I guess we are waiting then," taking a good swig from his water skin and grabbing a strip of ration jerky from the bag. It was not long before the other two came toward them. The priestess bounded up from her seat beside her friend the elf, grinning broadly at the other two teenagers. "Greetings." The priestess smiled and gave the two a brief introduction to her party, who reintroduced themselves as Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya, which perplexed her party as they attempted to speculate about the two possible identities. The high elf asked, wiggling her ears, "Is that your profession or what you are known for? Because I have never heard of what an Izuku Midoriya or a Momo Yaoyorozu is. Have any of you?" As perplexed as the people in front of him appeared to be, Izuku questioned, "No, Izuku Midoriya is my name and that is Momo Yaoyorozu. Don't you have names?" The blonde girl priestess pointed to her party and said, "Oh, I think I now understand. Yes, at one time we all had names. But when we selected our path we forego those names for what we are. For example, when I became a priestess for the one god and then an adventurer, I then no longer will be known or go by that name." She clarified, and the two of them looked at her strangely. Momo said, "So it is a custom here," and the other girl gave a nod. Looking back at the village, she didn't find it particularly odd that no one gave their name when they introduced themselves. Rather, they provided titles of some kind. It had to be, she thought, so she would know what they did and want to be called. Even though she still didn't fully understand, she said, "Okay then. You can call me Creata." Others must have gone by high elf or priestess. If that's the case, it must be confusing, she thought. Like Momo, Izuku was equally perplexed when he declared, "And I am Deku." However, they would have to do the same if that was how they identified themselves here. No names, but titles of some kind. Momo turned to face Izuku, who nodded in agreement as Goblin Slayer said, "It seems strange that you are traveling without any weapons. There are goblins and other horrors that you would fall prey to rather easily, if you are not armed. I am armed myself, and as for Deku, I suppose I had better tell you everything." Momo then explained their origins and their fate. This includes the encounter at the village with the goblins. She informed them, then took out her pistol and displayed it to them. She informed them of her knowledge of the firearm by stating, "This is a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. It holds 15 rounds of ammunition and has an effective range of 500 feet and maximum range of 1,400 feet. The high elf held up her bow and remarked, "Whatever that is. I find it difficult to believe that it can be anything as effective as my bow." Momo turned just enough to point the pistol at a branch that was hanging. She shot the branch, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud bang. She turned around once more, aimed it at a tree 10 meters away, and fired once more. The bullet struck the tree's core and became deeply embedded. Then she replaced the pistol in her belt. The elf bowed slightly and said, "I stand corrected." Smelling the air was the armored helmeted Goblin Slayer. After telling them, Goblin Slayer questioned whether he had given up on the powder that flashed and burned without killing the goblins. "That is black powder. I once tried to use black powder against a cluster of goblins. It was not effective. They were only momentarily blinded." Momo started to question whether it was wise to create something that the world had never seen before when she said, "Yes, I guess that is what some call it. Where we are from it is called gunpowder." She allowed herself to believe that she needed something drastic to protect herself and Izuku in a moment of terror over what they had seen and experienced. After giving it some thought, she decided she didn't want to be the one to suddenly encourage everyone in this area to own firearms. It might turn out to be disastrous. She sighed deeply, took out the gun, and gave it to Izuku. Izuku nodded and used 5% of his power to turn the metal gun into a tiny ball. "Crush that, Izu. Deku. I think I made a huge mistake making that one." Then he got up and hurled it as forcefully as he could. It was at least 200 yards away that the black metal ball vanished. After that, she gave him the extra magazine, which he first crushed before throwing it equally far away. She focused, pulled a carbonized steel katana from within herself, and opened her shirt from the bottom. She strapped the sword to her hip and remarked, "I think it will be better if I stick to a sword." That was a good idea, Mo. Creata. I was a bit concerned when you made that one. Mostly about what would happen if someone stole it from you and... Well, I for one do not want to be responsible for what would happen. Izuku stated to her, and Momo was forced to concur to that. It's time to head back home. Goblin Slayer stood up. His mind was still racing with potential ways to kill goblins with black powder again. He didn't say anything while they were walking. The others conversed with the newcomers about the Adventurers Guild, the land, and other topics. He paid close attention as the two discussed their origins and their respective marvels. Considering whether he could kill goblins with the aid of any of those marvels. However, he was skeptical that the device they called an automobile would function. The girl also told them how she made what she called a gun at first, and then a sword. Describing in detail how she could use her limpets to create things, and of course, explaining what limpets were. The others began to ask a lot of questions after the boy told them what he could do. Primarily on his strength and power. The priestess offered to take Momo and Izuku to the Adventurers Guild, which was located close to the city they called home. Because it appeared that both of them wanted to be adventurers. The blonde girl told them, I should warn you that some of the quests can be deadly. If you do not know what you might be facing. Walking with them to the heart of the small city, she closed her eyes for a moment and let out a soft exhale. On my first adventure, I joined a party of 3 others and went to confront goblins that had raided a nearby village. Taking several girls as playthings, none of us were prepared for what we faced. He was cut into pieces, while he was still alive. Another was stabbed with a poison blade in. And Goblin Slayer had to. He told me she would just suffer and die anyway, she said with a tear streaming off her cheek. She was still troubled by the memory of that day. One other survived, but she was abused and violated by the goblins. I was lucky that Goblin Slayer arrived, otherwise I probably would have shared the same fate. The little girl trembled. Then gave the two a look. I just hope that you two will be careful. We already saw what those things do or did at that village. I am not completely keen on the idea of killing indiscriminately. We were both trained to become heroes, and generally heroes do not kill. Izuku said as the priestess nodded. I am a priestess of the one god, and as such I hate the idea of killing, for I was brought up to cherish life. But I learned that it is impossible and deadly to show mercy to goblins. They are pure evil and will turn your mercy against you without hesitation. The priestess replied. She guided them into the Adventurer Guild building and to the reception desk, where she saw a friend standing behind the desk. Often known as the Guild Girl. Obtaining their porcelain rank tags after completing the application and being informed of the rankings above them. The quests were posted on the board, which the Guild Girl then escorted them to. Now these are the quests, they are updated daily. I would advise that you do not take on any of the bigger quests because of your ranking. You might be placing yourself in a very hazardous situation. Work your way up when your skills can handle them. The girl replied with a smile, grinning at Izuku all the time. Although she had a thing for Goblin Slayer, she also thought Deku was attractive. She pointed to one on the board and said, oh, also. Generally Goblin Slayer likes to take any of those that involve goblins. So you might not want to take any of those. Her friend the priestess sighed softly. The Guild Girl laughed when the priestess said, that one is new, isn't it? The other replied, yes. I am sure he will be in later and see it. Then of course he will accept it. Then he went back to explaining the quests to the new adventurers. After reading the one about goblins, Izuku turned to face Momo, who also read it. Not wanting the new adventurers to encounter something she knew could be deemed that dangerous, the Guild Girl said, I would not suggest you take that one. From what I know of it, there is an unknown number of goblins involved. Concerned that those she had just met might suffer the same fate as so many others who underestimated the goblins, the priestess said, if you were thinking about going on that one. After what I told you about goblins. Then maybe we should ask Goblin Slayer about you coming with us. Then you will at least have a chance of succeeding. As he entered the room carrying the lizard priest, the dwarf shaman, and the high elf, Goblin Slayer questioned, did someone mention goblins? When they saw the quest Goblin Slayer posted, the 4 of them walked up the quest board and removed it. That's when the priestess asked if Izuku and Momo could accompany them. The dwarf shaman grinned flamboyantly and said, that might be a fine idea. Since we have no idea how many of those loathsome creatures we might face. Goblin Slayer was more concerned with what he had heard along the way than with the numbers. He had a suspicion that the 2 new adventures might help him and the others get rid of any goblins they might encounter. According to his observations, the girl could create anything she desired and somehow take them away from herself. On the other hand, the boy only knew what he had heard, that the young man was extraordinarily strong. Perhaps even powerful enough to defeat a goblin champion. If that were true, he would also be helpful. Glancing first at the lizard man and then at the elf, Goblin Slayer questioned, "Do you all agree to this?" They both gave a nod. He then made his way to the door, saying, "Then come if you want. We will be leaving in 4 hours, so rest while you can." The others made the decision to grab a bite to eat. With the exception of Izuku, everyone in the restaurant watched Momo eat in wonder. The dwarf laughed, and the elf added, "I have never seen anyone eat as much as Barrel Belly there does." The elf threw an empty goblet at the dwarf, who ducked and it whizzed over his head. "Some of us need to indulge when we can, long ears. For myself, I eat to enjoy life in general. Of course someone like yourself would rather be so thin that sooner or later you might fall through a crack in the floor. Perhaps that is why, unlike this young woman, you are still as flat as a board." Momo kept eating while everyone at the table laughed. Momo reached over and took the last 3 of what looked like ribs, telling them, "Like I said before, for me to be able to create, I need to eat and have an abundant amount of limpets." Consuming everything that remained after the meal, it was decided to let her rest in the guild hall after she was finished. They could unwind there while they awaited Goblin Slayer's return. His closest companions were fully aware of his whereabouts. He took the weapons there to be repaired, and the blacksmith came to retrieve them. Everyone saw that Goblin Slayer was carrying a big bag when he walked into the guild. He flipped the bag onto their table and pointed to the stack. "This is old and some of it might need repair, but for now it should be effective enough for the time being," he told Momo and Izuku. His original party gave him a strange look. "They need some type of protection if they are to fight goblins," he stated to them. During his visit to the blacksmith, he discovered a small stack of discarded and used armor. Typically, some of the more experienced adventurers would eventually exchange their old armor for new. The old was no longer shiny and clean, but it was still functional in most situations. He gave them advice on what they should have as the two started to sort through the pieces. For example, both of them ought to wear leather armor, breastplates, gauntlets, leg and shin guards, and head protection of some kind. They would essentially be dressed in light armor. He told Momo that she needed a much shorter sword as his final action. The katana was too long by at least 1 foot. Then he watched with interest as she took off 2 shorter versions of her shirt by opening the bottom. They are both only 1.5 feet long. She took a whiff of the leather armor. The smell was nearly overpowering. Momo wrinkled her nose and held the leather away from her, whispering, "That is some really foul body odor." She wondered whether she had time to wash it or make something to cover up the odor. Goblin Slayer gave a headshake while wearing a helmet. The priestess and the elf both winced when Goblin Slayer said, "No." Goblins have a keen sense of smell, especially women. It is either the body odor or after we kill a goblin. "I cover your smell with blood." They were both tempted to tell Momo or Creata, as they called him, but they also thought it was kind of funny. That in order to mask their odor, they had thought of something less repulsive than goblin blood. A powerful mixture consisting of crushed raw onions, vinegar, and rotting fish. Momo grimaced and put on the leather armor, covering her clothing with it. She didn't want the repulsive thing to come into contact with more of her skin than was necessary. Izuku did the same off to one side, but she gave him a nasty look because he was grinning at her. It would take 2 days to get to the goblin's location after leaving the guild. Momo moved uneasily inside her armor. It was uncomfortable and stiff, and it smelled bad. She made a self-promise to make herself a more comfortable outfit after this quest. Maybe something with plastic and Kevlar instead of metal. As they walked, she kept thinking about whether it was wise to throw away the pistol she had made. She was still indecisive. In the event that the goblins were as terrible as those in the village, Izuku smashing it into a ball could make her regret it later. She wished her book was with her. She would have to rely on her memory for the time being. However, she was unable to produce the more intricate items without the book. She only remembered how to make a 9mm Beretta because her father had purchased a beautiful but unusable antique pistol. She therefore conducted research on the parts and produced substitutes. Izuku found it strange when they came to a stop in a semi-large clearing close to dusk. He thought it might be simpler to gather firewood without having to carry it 100 meters or so, so he said, "Why don't we camp near the trees over there?" Goblin Slayer grinned proudly behind his face guard as the priestess explained, "Goblins are sneaky. They will use the bushes and woods to sneak up on us, ambush us. Here in the open field at least we will be able to see them coming." When they started going on quests together, that was among the first things he had taught her. Izuku started to move toward the trees to gather branches for firewood, saying, "Sounds reasonable. I guess I will haul as much firewood as I can." He was joined by the High Elf, who said, "I will come with you." As they left, Momo watched them go, and she said, "Could you tell me more about your world? I find some of the things you have told us fascinating." They kept on observing them until they reached the tree line, having an odd feeling inside of her right away. She had never had one before, but she was aware of what it was. Jealousy. The elf returned with armfuls of branches, some of which he piled inside a stone ring that the lizard priest had fashioned. She pulled out a flint knife and began striking it against a small stone, causing a spark to fly. Next to her, Momo knelt. She took out the little lighter and held it beneath the kindling, saying, "Wait. I have this. It is something I made the first day when we arrived." She only needed to move her thumb to light the lighter. Everyone was looking curiously at the little 2-inch device when she withdrew her hand. Momo grinned and held it up for Goblin Slayer to see when he asked, "What is that thing?" Everyone who had never seen anything like that gasped when Momo explained, "It is called a lighter. Inside is a gaseous liquid called butane. Running your thumb over this part creates a spark and the butane ignites." Goblin Slayer questioned, "So you can create flammable liquids?" Before the priestess could say anything, the elf said, "Remember what we told you." She pointed to her fingers and said, "No explosives, no fire, and no poison." Goblin Slayer stated, "I remember. I was only curious." However, none of his previous co-workers genuinely held that belief. They knew that if it meant destroying goblins, he would eventually find a way to use any of those methods. The priestess, dwarf, and lizard man all shook their heads and laughed. The priestess told Momo and Izuku, "Goblin Slayer will forget and try any of those if we do not remind him from time to time, no matter the consequences." Momo and Izuku now laughed as well. "Yes, so we do remind him whenever we can so we do not end up being one of those consequences." The elf continued. Momo consumed 2 bowls of a bland-tasting stew of some kind. Several travel biscuits are also included. Her sleeping pad was spread out and ready for her to use when she looked to one side. Not used to walking as far as they had so far, she was exhausted. In addition, she and Izuku had been rushing to help the villagers early in the morning. She got up and walked over to her pad after wiping her bowl with a damp cloth. "I'm yawning a lot." As she lay down, the others remained silent, and she pulled her blanket over herself after bidding them good night. A few minutes later, she fell asleep. Izuku offered to work her shift at standing watch, but she was unaware of this. She persuaded the others that she needed the rest because she was tired. They reached the location where Goblin Slayer thought the goblin's nest might be the following day, when the sun was at its zenith. They scouted the area and couldn't find any other nest entrances. Goblin Slayer pointed with his sword at the cave and said, "This poses a problem." Wishing he had never agreed to refrain from using poison, he told them, "Bastards are learning. The cave entrance is smaller and restrictive. We would have to enter and proceed one at a time, which makes it difficult if we are ambushed." The lizard priest, assessing the entrance against himself, said, "So what do we do, Sir Goblin Slayer?" He would have to practically crawl on his hands and knees to get inside. Squatting down, Goblin Slayer picked up some dirt. Watching the fine mist of dirt drift into the cave, he sprinkled it over the entrance. Goblin Slayer grinned behind his helm and said, "Smoke. We start a fire outside the entrance and smoke some of them out. Then after we deal with those that come out, we go in to clean out the rest of the nest." He hurriedly added, "It is not fire. We will be using just the smoke." The elf raised his voice. The elf responded, "Yes, but it might smother any of their captives inside." Momo then moved forward. With a slight smile, Momo turned around and unlaced the front of her leather armor, hefting up her shirt and saying, "I can create something a little more effective than smoke and then something that should make it safe to enter." 2 tear gas grenades and 2 other kinds of gas grenades were the first items she created. She handed the first 2 to Goblin Slayer and replaced her armor and shirt. The other followed her instructions, and after she finished, everyone moved a few meters away from the entrance. "Pull the ring, count to 4, and then throw both of them inside. Then we might want to step back a few meters." Momo nodded in response to Goblin Slayer's question, "What were they? I take it as something from your world." As they all started to hear coughing and goblins screaming inside the cave, Momo said, "Yes, those were tear gas grenades. Those 2 in particular are a pepper spray compressed grenade variation that I have used several times before. Pepper spray or oleoresin capsicum spray is a lacrimatory agent, which is a compound that irritates the eyes to cause a burning sensation, pain, and temporary blindness. They should be coming out any minute now, and I am betting that they will not be able to actually see very well. The conflict with the few dozen goblins that rushed out of the cave was more than either Momo or Izuku could handle. In actuality, it was a massacre, and they were sickened by the blood that their fellow soldiers had shed. It was difficult for them to watch or participate in, as everyone but the priestess mercilessly killed the goblins, splattering blood all over the place. Back home, they were preparing to become heroes, and heroes didn't usually kill. When it was all over, the half-blind and coughing creatures that had staggered out of the cave were all dead. Goblin Slayer picked up the grenades and proceeded back to the cave entrance. He threw them inside after pulling the pins. Going back to where the others were waiting, Momo raised her hand and shook her head in response to his question. If those are as effective as the last, then this nest will soon be destroyed. So what are those that I just threw inside? She would throw up if she didn't take a minute to calm her breathing. Izuku said, I bet those are laughing gas grenades. Momo nodded, but they still had to wait to speak. He told Goblin Slayer, something that for a while will make the goblins unable to even do more than just laugh. As they waited, they heard goblins inside laughing hysterically. Let the gas settle a bit, or we will end up being affected by it as well. Not even able to stop themselves. Since the cave was too small for the lizard priest to be of much use, they had left him outside and entered. They all appeared to be nearly immobile, laughing uncontrollably as the Goblin Slayer in the lead methodically killed anyone they encountered as they followed the cave farther inside. He counted each one he killed again. The cave started to get wider and the ceiling rose higher as it was 30 or 40 meters inside. A mage was bravely attempting to recite a spell as he entered a large chamber. But as it laughed, it was unable to finish it. The attempt was terminated when the elf shot an arrow into its forehead. Two rudimentary doors stood off behind the mage's throne. Goblin Slayer walked over to the other door, which was the nursery. That one there is where the baby goblins are. The other is where they keep their captives. Priestess. High Elf. Take Deku and Creata. See to the captives. Dwarf, make sure there are no more goblins in those side caves over there. Feeling that none of the others were capable of carrying out the necessary tasks. No goblins could have survived. The priestess told Momo and Izuku to be prepared and led them to the location where the captives were being held. Just in case, the elf notched an arrow. They opened the door and looked inside, where they saw 6 nude girls chained or tied. They were all severely mistreated, and none of them moved much. To Momo's dismay, none of the girls appeared to be significantly older than the priestess or herself. As she checked the closest, the priestess whispered to the girl, "These are the lucky ones." Then Momo walked over to another girl and put her hand on her shoulder. More than usual, once the goblins are done playing with them, and if they are not pregnant, they will kill them and eat them. Momo shook her head as the girl whispered to her, "Please kill me," then made the decision to develop something that would benefit the local girls in the short term. Xanax piles with a moderate dosage, followed by Zolpidem. Momo put one of the half-inch white piles in the girl's mouth and said, "Take this. It will make you feel better." She started to administer the pill to the other girls after saying, "Swallow it." Momo looked at the elf as she asked, "What are they?" The small stick-like pill is Xanax and the small white circular one is Zolpidem. Xanax will help them with their anxiety and depression, while the Zolpidem is a sedative that should help them relax, perhaps even put them to sleep. Momo responded by giving the girls the medication. She promised herself that she would give the girls more later if necessary, or an additional antidepressant that would help them get better. She was capable of producing a wide range of drugs. In order to get a horse and wagon to return the victims to the village, the lizard priest dispatched one of his bone warriors to the nearby village. After loading the final girl onto the wagon, a low-level adventurer arrived. The adventurer and the driver went home. As the horse-drawn wagon rolled away, Momo questioned, how could the goblins do that? How could they do something so vile and horrendous? She also questioned, don't they feel any remorse or pity or mercy? Goblin Slayer took a step forward. No, they do not. They do not feel any of that for anyone. Goblins are pure evil, and do not forget that. For if they had a chance, they would take you captive, Kriti, and they more than likely will not kill you. Instead they will take you as a plaything, and after they are done with you, you may be alive but you will not be alive inside. Goblin Slayer stated sternly, wanting to ensure that Momo comprehended. So do not show them mercy or pity. Just kill them. They were back at the same camp where they had spent the night before. After guiding him away from the others, Momo said, Izu. Deku, can I talk to you alone? The number of people killed by the others against the goblins still troubled her. However, She no longer thought the creatures did not deserve what they got after witnessing what the goblins had done to the captives. Concerned about her and unprepared for Momo to put her arms around his neck and give him a tight hug, Izuku asked, "Are you all right?" His arms instinctively wrapped around her back as she pressed her face against the crook of his neck. She broke down in tears. It is too much." Momo sobbed for a moment. She sobbed, and Izuku swallowed hard before holding her closer to him. The death, the wanton death, what those things did to those girls, being aware that she required reassurance and consolation. Nevertheless, he was at a loss for words to cheer her up. Izuku pondered what else to say before saying, Momo, back on our world, there are horrors but not as bad as here." Momo stepped back a little and closed her eyes as she said, "Perhaps that is the best way to keep those horrors from inflicting death and destruction upon the residents here. That it is necessary to be ruthless." Izuku completely understood Momo's regrettable statement, "I do not want to be ruthless. I do not want to kill indiscriminately." That was not something he wanted to do either. "But we may have to show no mercy and kill. Otherwise there will be dire consequences that would be our fault." Izuku tried to explain why they would have to be like the others here and do something that they both found repugnant by saying, "Yes, and even though it is different here. The adventurers are the heroes here. They protect the weak from the horrors of this world. So if we intend to be heroes, we must adapt and be like heroes here. Which means we have to kill when necessary, and from what we have witnessed, the goblins have to be eradicated from existence." Something neither of them ever imagined having to do. Izuku glanced at the others who were at least 50 meters away as Momo asked, "So are we going to ask those back there to join them in their fight against the goblins?" Momo had to agree with Izuku when he said, "From what we witnessed at the village and at the cave, the goblins are a scourge to all those here. They prey on others, and according to Goblin Slayer they show no mercy or pity with their victims. In my estimates they are far worse than the League of Villains or anyone else that is a villain from our world." She then pulled herself again against him into an embrace. Her chin was resting on his right shoulder. Izuku tensed as Momo whispered in his ear, "Izuku, can we be more than just friends?" He was filled with both hope and sheer terror. He didn't know how to interact with a girl. With an anxious tone, Izuku whispered back, In what way?" Furiously blushing and swallowing, Momo laughed, finding it amusing that his heart was thumping so hard in his chest. Izuku's knees trembled a little when Momo said, in a more romantic way of course. "I'm faint." He swallowed hard once more when she said, "Izuku, we might be here for the rest of our lives, and I do not want to face that reality without you. Now, if you want, we can take it slow and easy, but I do want to date you." Then gave a nod. Izuku was at a loss for words, so he muttered, "Okay." In celebration, he did think he could leap over both of the moons in one bound. They hugged for a few more seconds before heading back to the camp. They would ask to join Goblin Slayer and the others on their quests when they returned to the guild. Even if that meant getting rid of goblins. 0. Momo and Izuku asked to join the groups when they returned. The priestess said they would have to talk about it before Goblin Slayer could decide whether or not to let them. Attempting to persuade Goblin Slayer to address significant matters with the group once more instead of relying on their acceptance. The two departed to look for lodging using their share of the quest payment. While they were doing so, Guild Girl handed them a small list, which Momo carried. There were reasonably priced apartments with pricing on it. She paused anxiously before blushing. "Izuku, we might have a problem. I don't think either of us can afford a separate apartment or housing. I think our best option is to..." Izuku let out an audible gasp as she blurted out the final words, "is to share an apartment." He was on the verge of losing his balance. With a nervous stutter, Izuku responded, I do not know if that is a good idea." Momo grinned. Momo pointed to the least expensive option and said, "What other option do we have? Separately we do not have the funds to afford an apartment. Together we can at least afford one that is not infested with vermin." The guild girl had been kind enough to let her know that some of the people on the list were just slums. Rooms better suited for animals than for humans. Not so much a home as a stable. She wanted to live together, and the moderately priced ones were more acceptable, but neither could afford them separately. Momo went to the first apartment and looked it over carefully, examining cracks again and again and discovering a few holes in the walls. She gave a headshake. They proceeded to the next item on the list after saying, "Rodents and by the size of them." Rats. Which she turned down because of the outhouse's location and state. It had only a tarp for a door and was too near the building. She could tell that the last one on the list was the most appropriate for the present, even though it was slightly more costly than the others. I guess this is the best option for us. No sign of vermin, the outhouse is far enough away and it fully enclosed with a door. I do suggest that we clean the room thoroughly and disinfect the bed along with the blankets. Before we use them, she suggested, and Izuku gave a nod. Not able to speak at all. The building's owner was waiting at the door. She dropped nearly all of their money into his hand and said, "We will take it." He gave her a pleasant smile before returning 2 coins. The man with the missing left hand that ended in a stump said, "I don't charge adventurers the full amount, also if you run short once in a while. Don't worry about it, I was an adventurer and I know how it is." Izuku bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." The man grinned and identified himself as Spikehand. He told them that he had a strap-on spiked mace on his left hand when he first lost it, in order for him to remain an adventurer. With his left hand stumped, the man warned them, "Be careful if you ever take a quest to get rid of a desert sand sharks. They are small as a goblin but can pop up without warning and attack in a blink of an eye." Then, laughing, he departed to make room for his new tenants. Izuku was unable to take his eyes off the bed, which led to his hyperventilation. Yes, he had consented to start a romantic relationship with Momo. But just the thought of them sleeping together was going to make him lose his mind. He hadn't even kissed her yet, so he wasn't sure he could pull it off. He nearly died during the hug last night, and now they might have to sleep next to each other. He glanced slowly over at Momo, who was inspecting the room again, and he swore he saw a gleam in her dark eyes. And a little sardonic, sly smile. Izuku muttered, "I am so screwed." Iwaza and Midnight stared into the cell, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. They had attempted to persuade Ozaki Tashinaki to bring Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya back using a variety of tactics and interrogation techniques. That was not possible now. Wanting desperately to know how it had happened, Midnight said in a low voice, "How? How could the guards let this happen?" A rope made from his jail cell cot's sheet was used to hang Tashinaki from the ceiling inside the cell. A solid foot off the cement floor is dangling. Just 10 minutes after declaring Tashinaki dead, the prison doctor had departed. Recalling some of the words of the deluded man, she whispered, "What do we do now?" He sent Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to another world, saying they weren't on this one, that the only person who could return them home was him. Iwaza shook his head and lowered his eyes. Iwaza uttered in agony, "Perhaps I pushed him too far. I thought I could get him to bring them home." He accused himself of attempting to coerce Tashinaki into returning the 2 teenagers, telling the man that he would be charged with murder and given a very lengthy sentence by the prosecutor. Iwaza was aware that the bluff had backfired after it had been made. He mumbled, "This is my fault." Midnight shook her head and said, "My fault." As 2 guards entered and cut him down, Midnight's voice trailed off, "No, we both agreed, as did the director of the Hero Administration, to be more aggressive in the interrogation. How would any of us suspect that Tashinaki would kill himself rather than?" To wheel the deceased man to the morgue, 2 more people with gurneys were waiting. This was the last chance to return Midoriya or Yaoyorozu home. As a result, they would have to let the families know that even though their loved ones might still be alive, there was no way to bring them back. For the 2 pro-heroes, teachers were unaware of Ozaki Tashinaki's insane nature. The initial evening, it took the 2 of them roughly 4 hours to clean the room and wash the bed, mattress and blankets. Momo made bleach to make sure the room was sanitized and that there were no rodents of any kind in the blankets or mattress. To be sure, they actually soaked them in 2 gallons of bleach. The room now smelled of bleach throughout, confirming that it was as clean as they could make it. Izuku picked up his blanket and sleeping pad and spread them out across the room, far from the bed. Momo asked, "What do you think you are doing?" as she made the bed using the freshly laundered blankets and linens. Momo shook her head when Izuku said, "You take the bed. I will sleep here on the floor." Momo smiled broadly as Izuku looked at her and swallowed hard. "Come on, Izuku, we said we are going to be romantically involved. We can sleep in the same bed. That is if you behave yourself, because I promise that I will behave myself. So there should not be a problem with us sharing the bed." An intense flush came over his face. He thought her suggestion was a good one. "How about this? There are 3 blankets. I will get under the bottom blanket, you lie on that one, and get under the middle blanket, and the third one covers us both. The blankets will keep us from touching each other. Even so, he was still anxious about sleeping with her. He nodded reluctantly in agreement with the suggestion. Izuku struggled to stay on the left side of the bed while lying beneath his layer. To avoid unintentionally rolling over too near Momo, he planted his left foot on the ground. It had been a long day, and they were both tired, but he was having problems falling asleep. He was lying next to what he thought was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, even though he had never been in bed with a girl before. The fact that they were regarded as adults here on Earth worried him a little. Thus, this was permitted. It didn't make his life any simpler. He thought it was fascinating that Momo was free to choose not to be a hero or an adventurer on this world. She could use her quirk to make items that people in this area would be willing to spend a lot of money on. Bic lighters, for instance. However, she shared his desire to be a hero rather than a merchant. The fact that Goblin Slayer and the others would inform them tomorrow if they could join their party was another thing that kept him up at night. He wasn't particularly excited about the prospect of embarking on goblin-focused quests. However, he concurred with Momo that the goblins were most likely the greatest danger facing this planet. He let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and tried again to relax enough to sleep. Their landlord's wife made them breakfast in the morning, which included ham and biscuits. Izuku and Momo went to the guild to meet with the priestess, the elf, the dwarf, the lizard, and the goblin slayer. They were instructed to meet with them this morning to discuss their possibility of joining their party. Since he only really collected firewood on the previous quest, Izuku was a little worried that he might not be accepted. Momo, however, had proven her worth. They both looked around as they entered the guild, and Momo shrugged. She pointed to one of the tables and remarked, "I guess we are early." They sat waiting there. He glanced at the quest board after a minute and saw that some new ones had been posted. Standing. Momo shook her head when Izuku said, "I am going to check the board. That way when they arrive if there is a goblin one, I am sure Goblin Slayer will want to know about it." Izuku nodded and went to check the board after Momo said, "Okay, but also look for one that we can handle. I just do not want to go after goblins." Guild girl approached and asked if she wanted anything to eat or drink while he was away. The other girl went to get her order after she naturally did. As she waited, she looked at Izuku, who continued to focus on the board. She didn't hear anyone come from the left. A rough-sounding man said, "Hey there girlie, you kinda look lonely here all by yourself." Momo turned her head in the direction of the voice. A bearded man, roughly 10 years her senior, was glaring down at her while brandishing a battle axe. He was staring at her with a sneering smile, and she did not like it. She was disgusted by that look, even though she had previously been gawked at in the same way by others. In her experience, it was the kind that verged on being perverse. I thought the man was having some very clear thoughts about what he wanted from her at that precise moment. Pointing to Izuku, Momo said, "No, I am not. My partner and my companion is right there." The man chuckled cynically. The man wiggled his eyebrows and grinned toothily, saying, "That boy, you cannot be serious. My legs are bigger than he is and I bet I am better suited for you, as a quest partner in." He laughed again, attracting Izuku's attention, and said, "Bed companion then he could hope to be." Returning to the table, Izuku asked, "Can I help you with something?" Before noticing the man's ranking tag, Sapphire was the one. He knew the man looked at his at the same moment. The man leaned heavily on the handle of his big axe as he swung it to the ground. The man, flexing his muscles to intimidate Izuku and impress Momo, said in a gloating voice, "Yes you can boy, you can depart and leave this tender young girl with me." The man laughed once more and said, "Otherwise I might have to physically toss you out the door," then halted when Momo started giggling. Momo looked at Izuku with affection and remarked, in between giggles, "You chose the wrong person to try to intimidate." She pointed to the axe and said to Izuku, "Try not to hurt him too badly. At most I think a small demonstration will suffice." After giving a sympathetic nod, he turned on 10% of all for one. He could feel the energy passing through him. Accelerated, he snatched the axe from the man's grasp and let out a furious roar. Until he saw Izuku effortlessly bend and twist his metal axe into a pretzel. Returning it to the man, who gave him a wide-eyed gasp. Izuku told the man who quickly withdrew, "Keep bothering her and I will do the same to you. Now go away." In front of the other people who were looking at Izuku, Goblin Slayer remarked, "That was impressive Deku, especially since from what I could tell, that was a magic axe." He was obviously impressed. The lizard priest and the others joined Izuku and Momo at the table after he remarked, "His strength matches that of the ancient Brontosaurus. To witness a mere human who has that much power. I am blessed." The priestess knew that Goblin Slayer was thinking about how he could use Deku's strength in the battle against goblins because she looked at him directly. She had a suspicion based on his silence last night while he heard the others discuss whether or not to let the two others join them. On the other hand, he felt that Deku had nothing to contribute and would not permit him to join. Conversely, Kriti turned out to be highly valuable. The elf smiled resolutely and said, "I still think we should welcome both of them to join us. I for one would not mind having another female among us." Reaching over to take a sweet biscuit from the plate in the center of the table, the dwarf remarked, "As do I. I like the fact that she enjoys good food and drink as much as I do." They all nodded when Goblin Slayer asked, "So do you all want them to join us?" The others cheerfully grinned at Izuku and Momo and said, "Then it is unanimous." Momo stated, "I have one condition before we accept." The elf gave them a hearty laugh and slapped the table with her right hand as she said, "If we join you, we want to go on other quests than that of just going after goblins." Goblin Slayer fell silent again as the elf remarked, "Ah, good, another like myself. For I too have pestered Gloomy there about going on some fun quests that are more adventurous than dangerous." Those who had previously accompanied him on quests knew he was furious about the prospect of embarking on quests that weren't goblin-based. But he had to agree if he wanted the two to join them. Again, he was essentially being blackmailed into going on a quest without goblins. 3 days later, Izuku beat up a goblin champion while Goblin Slayer and the others looked on in wonder from behind the priestess's barrier. Matching the monster's strength with ease and, based on his observations, surpassing it. There were dead small goblins all around his party, and a few that Momo had stunned with 2-meter-long poles that she had told them were cattle prods after raising the voltage to 50,000 volts. The people she struck were twitching uncontrollably on the ground. He made the decision to deal with them later because he was more interested in observing the battle with the goblin champion at the moment and he wanted to know how strong Izuku was. Izuku initially approached it after the champion emerged from the goblin's nest. Momo received a warning from the priestess. She was taken aback when the other girl merely grinned and assured her that Deku could easily defeat that monster. She was shocked to discover that Momo had been correct as she watched. Izuku grabbed its massive club with one hand and tore the 6-foot wood straight out of the big brute's grasp, causing it to roar in fear. Over his right knee, he broke it in half. Then, with relative ease, they started to systematically beat the creature. The priestess shuddered in terror at the sight of the brute. She had previously admitted to her friend the elf that a goblin champion was her biggest fear, and she was relieved when the other person assured her that it was normal and that everything would be fine. She had, after all, nearly perished the first time she came into contact with one of those monsters. That enabled her to overcome and manage her fear. Now that Deku was in their party, she realized she didn't really need to be afraid of the champions at all, as she watched in wonder as Izuku struck the thing hard and the monster lost half of its teeth. Izuku let out a breath and felt his hands start to shake as he stood over the shattered goblin champion. Although the monster was powerful, it was far weaker than him because he was using 15% of all for one. That battle served as a reminder to him that he could not neglect his training. To use more of all for one, he needed to gain strength. Izuku turned his back to avoid seeing what the armored man was going to do when Goblin Slayer got close. He did, however, hear the thud as the other sliced off the goblin champion's head and the slash of a sword. Izuku winced as Goblin Slayer told him, "Deku, you and Kriti must eventually kill the goblins. We cannot leave them alive. Otherwise, it could lead to more death and pain of the innocent." Izuku acknowledged that Goblin Slayer was correct and responded, "I know. But me and Kriti, where we come from, killing is just morally wrong." He and Momo simply found it challenging to serve as judges, juries, and executioners. "Leave him alone, Goblin Slayer. If he and Kriti do not want to kill, I suspect you have no problem doing it for them." The elf replied defensively, not to mention that her friend, the priestess, did not murder either. But for completely different reasons. She muttered, mostly to herself, "Morality is something that some have a hard time ignoring." Following the completion of the quest, Goblin Slayer and the lizard priest made sure that all goblins had been removed from the nest and that the captives had been transported to the closest village. This time, they took a horse and wagon back home. Izuku leaned back against the wagon's side and fell asleep, but only just enough to feel someone shift beside him and rest their head on his right shoulder. He was already aware of its identity. Momo. He opened his eyes, looked over, and grinned. She returned the smile before closing her eyes. The day and a half had been exhausting. Momo whispered to him, "When we get back, how about we do something that involves us? I want to go on a date." He sighed nervously and swallowed. Izuku whispered back to her, "Okay." Momo lay down more comfortably against him and dozed off. It was not long before he did the same and fell asleep. Initial date. Momo's fingers were entwined with Izuku's as they walked through the small city together. After beginning their date at one of the inns, they simply strolled around as the sun started to set. Neither of them wants the date to end. Which, primarily because they shared an apartment and slept in the same bed, they both found strange. She turned to face him and stood directly in front of him after stopping at a bridge with a stream running beneath it. Izuku went pale when she said, "Izuku. Can we kiss?" With a deep red flush, Izuku whispered, "I have never kissed a girl before," panicking within. Momo laughed. Momo decided that if Izuku didn't say it, she would bring up the fact that they shared a bed and lived together. "I never kissed a boy before, so it will be a first for us both." Which for them was yet another first. In their relationship, she had already realized that she would essentially need to take the initiative. She could kiss him, have a romantic relationship with him, and of course, do whatever came next. She would have to start everything because she didn't think he could or would. I took a step closer and saw him become a total mess. However, she was determined to kiss him unless he leapt over the bridge railing. She looked into his eyes and moved her arms over his shoulders. She turned her head slightly to the left and leaned in closer, pressing her lips to his for their first kiss, saying, "Don't faint on me." She pressed her lips more firmly against his, feeling his whole body stiffen. Now that her body was against his, she was unsure whether her heart or his was thumping. She licked her lips and gave him a smile as she parted. He was breathing too quickly. She asked him, "Did you like that?" And he nodded firmly, unable to even speak. She gave him another kiss while grinning. They headed back home as it grew darker and they heard that some of the local pubs were getting noisy. When Momo expressed a strong desire for a bath, their landlord's wife promised to warm up some water for her. She discovered that, for some reason, she could still smell the old leather armor, which had the scent of someone who had run a marathon in it without ever cleaning it. Despite the fact that she swapped it out for the Kevlar armor she made for herself and Izuku yesterday. Therefore, she might not smell it after taking a bath. She felt compelled to invite Izuku to accompany her as they got closer to the building. However, they were aware that taking a bath together was premature in their relationship. Simple day. Momo grinned, admiring her new ranking tag. She had just been promoted to Obsidian by the promotion exam. She now awaited Izuku, who she assumed would also receive a promotion today, downstairs. The priestess, who was vying for steel rank, was among the others in the room who were also awaiting their exams. So she talked to the priestess while she waited for Izuku. As she sipped her tea, the blonde girl remarked, "Goblin Slayer probably won't say it, but I know him, he is impressed with both of you." Momo gave her a smile. Momo questioned, "Is he always like that, obsessive about goblins?" The priestess offered a shrug. "Yes. But that is just how he is. I do worry about him because sometimes he does things that places himself in harm's way to kill goblins. But he tries not to with any of us or he will not with you." The priestess replied and Momo laughed softly. The priestess nodded when Momo said, "That is also Deku. He will rush in without considering the dangers or the repercussions. Have you noticed the scars on his hands? Well, if he uses too much of his power, it can backlash against him. Generally it breaks the bones and in worst-case scenarios causing even more damage to him." Momo exhaled in relief as the priestess stated, "I could heal him if he does. That is one of the holy gifts that I have been given." She was a little concerned that Izuku might eventually have to push himself to the limit and suffer permanent damage as a result. In this case, it was irrevocable because she had witnessed the boundaries of their medical knowledge. However, she felt better after learning that there were some here who could heal wounds. Momo remarked, "That is nice to hear." Then she saw Izuku coming down the stairs. He smiled and extended his tag, and Momo returned the smile. Like her, he had received a promotion. He got it. The priestess said tremblingly, "Good. Now all I have to do is hope I get promoted as well." She had completed several quests with Goblin Slayer and the others, but she wasn't sure if the guild would consider them all. Despite what had happened out at the farm recently, there was still a belief that goblins were not a serious threat. She was therefore unsure of her chances of being promoted to steel. Sitting down beside Momo, Izuku remarked, "If they don't promote you then they are idiots," deciding to hold off to find out if their new friend received a promotion. They would then need to rejoice. The priestess stood up, straightened her habit robes, squared her shoulders, and made her way to the stairs. Together, Momo and Izuku said, "Good luck," then took a seat and bided its time. Other than the fact that they were now all eligible to take on higher level quests, being promoted didn't really mean anything. It meant that the priestess could go on steel level adventures and Momo and Izuku could take quests that were designated for obsidian level adventures. They weren't going to, anyway. The three were still searching the board for a quest that was more of an adventure that promised to be safe and did not involve goblins. Because those didn't pay much, some would consider it non-profitable. The priestess tapped one that was merely a scouting mission more than a week away to the north and said, "I doubt anyone could convince Goblin Slayer to go on this one," laying out a potential travel path. In essence, the compensation only covered the supplies they would require for the mission. All they needed to do now was ask the elf, dwarf, and lizard man to concur with Momo's response. Still, that one could be fun. They waited for Goblin Slayer with the others present, and the priestess displayed the posted quest as he entered the guild. Goblin Slayer said, "Goblins." And they all shook their heads. The priestess handed the quest to Goblin Slayer after the elf remarked, "No. But remember, when is a condition for me to aid you against that goblin horde. We have found a quest that we all want to go on." Goblin Slayer said calmly, "If I must then I must." Everyone who had been with him knew he was thinking about the quest. "Don't worry, Goblin Slayer, this will be enjoyable," the priestess said with a smile. Goblin Slayer told Momo and Izuku, "Well, let's get this over with. By the way, this counts as the condition of you joining us as well." After assembling their own equipment, Momo remarked, "Sounds reasonable since it will take a week." Their next quest started. It was obvious to the rest of the party that Goblin Slayer was not entirely happy with the quest. Specifically, because goblins were not involved. Everyone but him wanted that, though. To embark on a quest that was supposed to be low risk. It took them 2 days by wagon to get to the official start of the quest. From there, they had to head north toward the mountains and look for a path that passed through the thick forest rather than around it. Which would reduce the amount of time it took to get from the rest of civilization to Mountain Cliff City. They would mark the way with more than 100 stakes marked with red flags. In order for workers and woodcutters to arrive later and construct the road. They had the elf take the lead and look for any trails after setting up the first marker close to the woods' edge. This was her territory, because elves were especially adept at navigating the thickest forests, because they were created to comprehend them. Momo and Izuku strolled alongside each other, discussing various topics. Most of all, "I hope to return home someday." She missed her parents, and he missed his mother. The elf halted and raised her right hand. They all came to a stop. She pointed to some footprints in the ground and said, "We got a problem." Goblin Slayer stiffened and joined her. Everyone could hear the excitement in Goblin Slayer's voice as he said, "Goblins." The elf knelt down and studied the prints, feeling the outline and the depth. "These are at least a day old. One goblin, perhaps a scout." The elf replied. Goblin Slayer looked up the trail toward where the footprints appeared to lead and then remarked, "That means a small nest. Generally a nest will send out more than just one goblin to scout." The priestess clenched her staff in her hands at the mention of ambush. "It is getting late. We better find a good defensible position. I have no intention of walking into an ambush." He was intrigued now. "Here I thought that this was going to be boring." They located a sizable cliff face and pitched their camp with their backs to the sheer rock wall. On the woods ahead of them, Momo and Izuku set up some trip flares that she had made for potential approaches. Before Izuku unintentionally set off one while operating a trip line, none of the others knew what the trip flares were. Momo then produced more than a dozen flashbang grenades. As she completed making them, she gave advice. "When I throw these, do not look directly at them. If you do you will be blinded for several moments. You know, if this is a small group, maybe we can capture 1 or 2 of them." Izuku offered. The Goblin Slayer asked sharply, "For what reason?" Izuku glanced over at the lizard priest and said, "Well, we could question them." To the tall lizard man, He said, "You can understand them, right?" Who gave a nod. They all knew Goblin Slayer would not mind torturing the creatures, but they all questioned whether the goblins would be in a state to tell them anything significant. They won't divulge anything. They are cowards at heart, but we would have to torture them to get them to even tell us anything of relevance. Izuku laughed quietly. Izuku asked Momo, who grinned widely, "Do you know how to make something that would make them cooperate? Such as a truth drug?" While going over some of the chemicals and medications she had committed to memory, Momo remarked, "I can make something that would put them into such a stupor, that they won't be able to even move. So that changes what we must do if and when they come. We must capture at least one or two of them." The dwarf replied. The dwarf nodded in response to Goblin Slayer's question, "Yes. Can you put a couple of them asleep? Good. Then that is what we will do." About 20 goblins led by a shaman launched an attack an hour after the sun had set. It was quickly clear that the girls were the target of the creatures' pursuit. In the end, all but 2 of the goblins were dead on the ground after a fierce battle. The only people who survived were the shaman and another. When the shaman woke up, she prepared a very strong truth serum called sodium pentothal and a needle, which she then injected into him. Goblin Slayer asked the magic user a number of questions that he had always wanted to know, with the lizard man translating. The goblin responded to them with little opposition. The priestess sat with a pen and paper, something Momo made for her to use, and wrote down everything as best she could while the lizard man translated for the shaman. They ultimately learned a great deal about the goblins' intentions. The elf exclaimed in surprise, "We must report this to the guild and to all the kingdoms." She glared at the 2 goblins that were still alive and added, "They need to wipe out every goblin everywhere." The goblins wanted to rule everything, they discovered. Kill the majority of the population and reduce any young humans or elf women to playthings and breeding devices so that more goblins can be produced. With ease, Goblin Slayer severed the 2 goblins' heads, and nobody objected. "Well, we have learned enough from these 2. Not even Momo or Izuku." He turned to face Momo, the priestess, and the elf. "We need to destroy the nest, from what I could tell from their attack, because they were focused on trying to get to you 3. They do not have any live captives." The elf recalled how many of them approached her and the other 2 girls and remarked, "I had a feeling that was what they were after. The whole attack seemed to be focused on taking us 3 captive and taking us back to their nest. However, very few of them attacked the group's male members. Just enough for them to be busy. The goblins weren't prepared for someone to tear a tree that was about 20 feet in height out of the ground and slam it onto them. Anyone who watches the show or is a fan knows who did that." They could all hear how happy Goblin Slayer was that he had not finished the scouting quest. "We will have to return to report this to the guild. So suspend this quest for now," he said. They were also aware that if he was suspended, they would never be able to get him to return and complete this quest. The lizard man turned and threw a few teeth on the ground before calling forth the dragon-tooth warrior. "I think we can complete this quest and send word to the guild at the same time, Sir Goblin Slayer." The priestess pulled out another piece of paper, wrote down what they had discovered, and gave it to the skeletal creature. The warrior's summoner gave the order, "Go. Run this back to the guild and hand it to Guild Girl." The creature fled south. They all heard Goblin Slayer groan in protest as the elf declared, "This quest continues and let's hope we do not have any more distractions like this," rushing out to locate and demolish the nest. 0. The following day, when they discovered a slowly flowing river and decided to have time for a bath, the excitement of going on the scouting quest returned. They all stripped off their clothes and armor to swim, with the females heading upstream where it curved out of the others' line of sight. The girls disappeared into the water, scrubbed away the perspiration and grime, and then just relaxed in the refreshing water. With a cheeky grin, the elf remarked, "I have noticed that you and Deku seem to be more than just comrades," requesting specifics. To conceal her embarrassment, Momo dipped into the water and flushed. Then stood up a little, just enough to talk. Momo blushed once more, and the other 2 laughed. "Yes. Well, I am trying to get him too. I want to be closer and I sort of have to get him too, ahem." However, the priestess blushed a little too. She glanced at the elf and the long-eared woman, who raised her hands and said, "Neither of us actually knows how to. I am guessing a lot on how to proceed." As her own cheeks started to get hot, the elf said, "Do not ask me. Sure, I am 2,000 years old, but I have not found a mate yet, and wait, how did you divert this towards me?" The priestess and Momo both laughed. After she splashed them both, the battle of splashes began, when a truce was declared and it was over. The elf was determined to find out the answer to one more question. Momo grinned when she said, I don't mean to pry, but what are your endgame intentions with Deku? Momo said, I intend to marry him of course. Her well-known friends grinned in agreement. Everyone except one went into class 1A, stopped, and bowed to the desks of Yaoyorozu and Midoriya. Uraraka Ochako, Toru Hagakure, Kyoka Jiro, and Mina Ishido then sobbed while seated at their individual desks. Katsuki Bakugo angrily exclaimed, get fucking over it. They told us that they are not dead. So stop the sad shit. Disturbed by the entire custom that the other students in the class had been following for the past week. They had been told by Iwaza about the situation and the high likelihood that two of their classmates were missing ever since, pointing out that neither was dead, only no longer present. Eijiro Kirishima, his only friend, said sadly, come on Bakugo, we may never see them again. That has to upset you some. Bakugo simply growled. Two strangers came in and approached the two vacant chairs before the antagonistic teenager could react. Bakugo got up from his chair and slammed his hand down on the desk, giving the two boys a glare. Bakugo demanded, what the fuck do you think you are doing? And the brown-haired arrival gave him a perplexed look. As he walked over to where Izuku Midoriya had been sitting, one of them said, we have been transferred into this class from the Tenniscan Private Hero Study School. I am Hanji Ustogi and this is Remo Gasakago. As Gasakago approached the location of Momo Yaoyorozu's seat, Bakugo was about to call her big boobs, but he stopped himself because he couldn't remember her name. Well, I don't care who you are. You are not sitting in those seats. Those are Deku and Big B. He chose to simply move on to the thing that had enraged him. Bakugo pointed to one side of the room and said, you are not to touch them. So if you want to sit then sit on the fucking floor. His point was demonstrated by the small explosions that started to spark from his hands. They both gave him a bewildered look, as everyone else in the class gaped at him in disbelief. That he was so insistent about nobody else occupying Midoriya's or Yaoyorozu's desk astounded me. They had all been informed that two transfer students from another school would be joining Class 1A, and they all essentially shared Bakugo's sentiments about someone essentially taking the place of their friends who had gone missing. After hearing what he had to say, Iwaza came in and made a concession. Two new desks would be brought in and positioned on the classroom's far wall for the two new students to sit at. At the end of the day, class is over. Bakugo yelled at the strangers, don't get too comfortable here. When Deku and the girl comes back, you are fucking out of here. Before clomping out of the room, neither of them was even introduced by any of the others, leaving without speaking to either of them. Similar to Bakugo, they hoped and wished for Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to come back. Scouting quest end. 4 days later, Goblin Slayer arrived in Mountain Cliff City and made the decision to inform the guild of their findings. The others, meanwhile, looked for a store to buy supplies for the journey home. Despite the fact that it was on foot rather than by horse and wagon, they chose to travel the route they had marked because it cut the journey time by 2 days. They had started at the edge of the woods, and if they got there in time, they would be able to catch a wagon heading south. Anyone who did not understand that goblins posed a genuine threat was viewed as a fool by Goblin Slayer, who detested idiots. The moron behind the reception desk merely grinned and assured him that his written report would be given the proper consideration. This implied that the man would either eventually pass it on or not. Goblin Slayer had to remind the jackass that his report was crucial and that he was a silver rank. After that, he joined the others, and they set out to return home. Momo walked next to Izuku once more, but this time she took his hand and entwined her fingers with his. She desired greater intimacy in order to take their relationship to the next level. The elf moved closer to the priestess, walking far enough behind the couple that neither they nor anyone else in the party could hear them, observing her friend's eyes. The elf whispered to her, you want someone to do that with you, don't you? Maybe even kiss you, and the priestess turned a deep red. With a panicked shake of her head, the priestess exclaimed, no. No, not at all, for sure. The elf chuckled. Making sure no one else could hear, the elf said, oh sure you do. Don't fret my friend, it is natural to want to have romance. To be with someone and do things with that someone. It was private and it was girl chat. The priestess reddened once more. The elf blushed this time, but not as much as her friend, when the priestess asked, even you? The elf took a deep breath and gazed at nothing in front of him. Yes, like I said, I have not found the one to spend the rest of my immortal life with. Sighing. At one time, if I remember it was about 500 years ago, I considered involving myself with a human. His name was Cujo. But I was convinced by some of my clan that if I did, then in time I would only know pain. That if I took him as a mate, he being mortal would die and I would be left to mourn. We elves take a mate for our entire immortal life, she told her, and the priestess glanced over at her companion with sadness. The priestess gently put her left hand on her friend's thin shoulder and said, I am sorry. The elf gave her a smile. The elf threw her right arm over the blonde girl's shoulder and pulled her in a sideways hug after saying, it is okay. But sometimes being immortal really sucks. Especially when you are around those that are mortal. The girl gave it back. Then they resumed their observation of the young couple before them. The journey back home. Izuku and Momo returned to their shared apartment after the scouting quest was officially over and the paperwork was finished. For the next 2 or 3 days, neither of them wanted to worry about goblins. They just wanted to sleep on their bed again. They thus put their armor and gear away after returning home. Izuku lay down on their shared bed because he was too exhausted to worry about sharing a bed with Momo. Although the journey back in the wagon wasn't particularly taxing on the body, sleeping on the hard boards was difficult. So they slept, but only a little. He felt something wrap around his body and something touch the right side of his chest while he was in a daze on the verge of falling asleep. He felt something else on his right thigh at the same moment. He slept, too exhausted to care, oblivious to the fact that Momo was the object on him. Her right leg on top of his, her right arm across him, and her head on his chest, wishing to give him a hug. Izuku was still feeling the weight of the foreign world when he woke up. He looked down with weary eyes, and what he saw jolted him awake. He tensed and began to breathe heavily. Not enough, though, to bother Momo. It was very pleasant, despite the fact that he was on the verge of a panic attack. However, nothing great lasts forever. He woke up this early for a reason. He wanted to resume his training schedule. He had to get up as a result. Before he could even move an inch, he made a cautious attempt to loosen his hold on her. She tightened her hold on him with her right arm and hand, drawing herself closer to him. With her eyes still shut, she whispered, "Where do you think you are going?" Izuku stammered uneasily, I need to train." She shifted her head closer to him. She pulled herself closer to him with her right arm and leg. Momo said softly, "Not happening, want you here. So go back to sleep." He let out a breath and carefully wrapped his right arm around her, making it obvious that Izuku had no other option. She appeared to feel more at ease cuddling up to him. He fell back asleep, though he wasn't particularly exhausted. After several hours, Momo finally allowed him to get up as the sun shone through the window. Provided that he gave her a few kisses before she did. She went down to take care of herself after he got back from the outhouse, and he was fully clothed and grinning at her. She returned the smile. "By the way, we are so sleeping like that from now on. You make a great pillow and teddy bear," he replied. He nodded uneasily, blushing a rich scarlet. So he went down to the nearby inn, and while he was there, he pretended to be getting breakfast. She dressed and made the bed. "I feel so refreshed and happy this morning." Instead of checking the quest board, the two located the others at the guild. But primarily to enjoy the following day or so. Guild Girl was informed by the priestess and the elf that she must wait until the next day to allow Goblin Slayer to view any goblin quests, regardless of what he says. Since she shared their belief that they needed much needed time off, she naturally agreed. As a result, she kept the 2 goblin quests on her desk and only shared them with specific people. The acceptance of some goblin quests by Spear Man and his partner the Witch had taken them all by surprise. Ones with Hobbs or maybe a champion in them. Spear Man had found that fighting the champion provided him with the much-needed rush he had been seeking. He and the Witch were therefore more than willing to embark on any quest that presented him with the same difficulty. Additionally, more and more goblin quests were being taken by others, but only in the event that Goblin Slayer was unavailable or did not want them. Not that his own party cared. If no goblin-based quests were posted, he was more than willing to try other kinds. "When you see them." The elf grinned broadly and remarked, "You two look extremely rested this morning." When Momo and Izuku joined them, the priestess said, "Good morning." The dwarf was chewing on a foot-long sausage while he ate and drank, indicating to Momo that she could indulge if she so desired. The lizard priest munched on the 3 wheels of cheese that were seated in front of him. The lizard priest picked up another wheel of cheese and, grinning broadly, bit half of it off and chewed with pleasure. It is a fine morning. Everyone laughed when he muttered, truly the food of the gods. Momo shrugged when the elf asked, so what do you two have planned today if I may ask? Might check the board for a local quest and perhaps relax some more. Though Deku wants to do some training later today. What do you all have planned today? Replied Momo. If you find something that does not involve goblins and if you do not mind the company. I will go with you on the quest if you find one that is. The elf replied and Momo nodded. The others added that they would like to accompany them as well. They all laughed and had to agree with Izuku when he said, let us not ask Goblin Slayer to join us. He is like a goblin magnet. That claim appeared to be nearly validated by the scouting quest. Goblin Slayer entered at that precise moment, proceeded to the quest board, and then turned and departed upon seeing no Goblin Quest. I didn't speak to any of them. As they all watched their companion leave, the dwarf remarked, he is more stoic than usual. After learning what they did from that goblin shaman about the goblins, endgame, none of them could blame him for becoming more fixated. What the world was meant to be by the monsters. To slaughter the vast majority of the population and use the survivors as food, bread, and slaves. None of them particularly enjoyed hearing that. When Izuku and Momo stood up to check the board, they discovered a pleasant, simple one nearby that required eliminating a troll that had taken control of a bridge to the east. The elf shook her head and said, a troll. That should not take long to accomplish. In just a few minutes, any number of them could defeat or flee a troll. The dwarf said, perhaps we should pack a lunch and have a nice picnic once we are done. They all agreed that was a great idea. The bridge. The dim-witted troll was driven away in less than a minute. One flashbang and 2 tear gas grenades were all that was required. Bellowing and rubbing its eyes, it lumbered away. It went out without much of a commotion. The elf, who had an arrow notch ready in case the troll chose to fight rather than run, said with a slight smile, it won't come back now, not with how much discomfort you caused it. After that, she would insert an arrow into it, bringing it to a close. The dwarf pointed to a nearby farmer's field and a tree that stood atop a small hillock, asking, so shall we retire over there under that tree and have our picnic? Momo discussed her own endgame with the elf and priestess while they were eating, asking her how far along she was in achieving her objective. Izuku stared at Momo, perplexed by her statement, another month or so. Then, I should be able to persuade him. He was fully aware that it involved him, particularly when she gave him a sly smile that made him feel a little anxious. They walked home after finishing the quest and picnic. It would be time to resume goblin-based quests tomorrow. None of them seemed to mind. The monsters had to be eliminated or else their ultimate objective might be realized, and as adventurers, they could not allow that to happen. Again, the government failed to fully understand the danger of letting goblins run essentially wild, allowing the creatures to proliferate and fester until it would take an army to put them out. To get rid of the terrible creatures, they sent a quest for adventures rather than an army, and naturally, they kept the number of creatures they had hidden. There were therefore more than Dragon Slayer and his party could hope to manage when they got there. Goblin Slayer was now devising a strategy to demolish the massive nest of more than 100 of them while they carried out a recon of their target. In addition, they saw 3 champions and more than a dozen hobgoblins. All under a goblin lord's command. The elf muttered to her companions, this is a waste of time. There is no way we can win against so many. This is almost like the attack on that farm where we faced almost the same odds. The companions nodded, everyone except Goblin Slayer, who was still attempting to come up with a plan to get rid of the goblins. Momo made some powerful binoculars and looked through them. Goblin Slayer took a sharp breath through his helm as Momo asked, how many captives do you think they might have in there? Momo found them inside the stronghold after Goblin Slayer stated, from the numbers and what we heard from the local villagers. At least a dozen, maybe more. The fortress had a single wall lined with cages filled with nude girls. Therefore, they couldn't even think about allowing Goblin Slayer to use explosives, water, poison, or fire while they were there. All of the captives would most likely perish along with the goblins if he did. Izuku grabbed the binoculars and fixed his intense gaze on the fortress below. And then up at the mountain directly behind it. He could tell that the mountain was primarily made of stone and granite. A plan began to take shape in his mind. If we could draw them out or at least a large portion of them, some of us could sneak in and get the captives out. Then Momo could create some really big demolition explosives and place them on that mountain, setting them off to cause a landslide. Izuku murmured inadvertently knowing that the words Gazing at the scowling elf and priestess, Goblin Slayer remarked, that could work. Although they didn't like the thought of using explosives, they had no other option. Knowing that the others thought it was a good idea, Izuku swallowed hard when the armored man asked, "This is your plan, who does what?" Izuku turned to face the dwarf, who gave him a sympathetic nod. "I think I can draw them out better than any of you could. But it would help if I had someone that can do a long-range attack to really get them angry." The dwarf said, "Stone Blast." Izuku went on. Izuku turned to face Goblin Slayer, the priestess, and the lizard priest. "Mo, Kriti and Elf will set the explosives, she can create them and set them in places that would do the most amount of damage. That leaves. S3 will get to the captives, take out any guards and then get them out of there. Though she will do a protective miracle on the gate so none of those bastards can get in to stop us." The Goblin Slayer is pointing at the priestess. Momo nodded briefly before stepping closer to Izuku and scowling at him. "Then once we are out, they set off the explosives." Momo stabbed him in the chest with her right index finger and said, "You be careful," glaring at him sternly. Izuku replied, "You too." He and the dwarf then started walking along the trail in order to emerge into the spacious clearing in front of the fortress's main gate. Well over 200 meters away, well beyond the range of arrows or anything else the goblins might try to use against them. To get the goblins' attention, Izuku boosted his power to 15%, grabbed a nearby 2 or 3 foot rock, and threw it as hard as he could at the stone and wood fortress. The dwarf simultaneously performed his trademark stone blast, slamming rocks the size of fists into the walls side. They got the goblins' attention by tossing another rock. Nearly 50 goblins, 7 hobgoblins, and 2 champions emerged as the front gate crashed down, creating a bridge across the moat. It was time to get destructive because they needed to attract more of them. With a grunt, he lifted up a massive boulder the size of a small car. When he threw at the goblins, it slammed down on top of some and rolled onto others, crushing a good 10 of them beneath it. The Goblin Lord certainly took notice of that. He dispatched additional members of his horde, with the dwarf shaman and Izuku acting as a diversion. By scaling a side wall, the priestess, lizard man priest, and goblin slayer entered the fortress covertly. Once atop the wall, the 3 sentries were silently eliminated. There were 2 dragon-tooth warriors made by lizard priest, directing one of them to place a shield at the main gate and guard the priestess when it was time for her to apply holy protection. They had thought of that immediately following her injury at the hands of a goblin champion. They hid on the wall and waited for the Goblin Lord, the final champion, the hobgoblins, and the subsequent group of goblins to rush out the gate. She prayed while standing, and an impregnable shield materialized at the gate. She would cast another shield to replace the one that fell after holding it up as long as she could. The remaining goblins inside the fortress were attacked at that precise moment by Goblin Slayer, the lizard man, and his dragon-tooth warrior. Following their release of the captives, they led them to the side gate, escaping without anyone outside noticing. Because nobody outside was even aware of what was going on inside. Izuku's plan had completed its second part. Momo developed C4 high explosive charges that she could detonate using a remote detonator up on the granite and stony mountain. The elf took them one by one and put them wherever Momo indicated. She made a remote, set the final of the 20 charges, and the 2 hurried back to the rendezvous atop the little mountain where Izuku had come up with the idea. Once there, they anxiously watched the little battle below while waiting for the others. However, it was difficult for the goblins. As the dwarf fired his final stone blast, Izuku was throwing rocks and trees that he had torn out of the ground at the goblins. The elf lit one of her arrowheads on fire and sent it over the top of the clearing, indicating that the 2 should withdraw. Izuku caught sight of it and threw the dwarf over his right shoulder. He leaned over and leapt into the air, flying in their direction. Momo triggered the explosions. As the larger mountain exploded, everyone on top of the smaller mountain watched. Boulders of all sizes rained down on the fortress and a large portion of the clearing. Even the Goblin Lord attempted to flee, as did the hobgoblins, champions, and surviving goblins. However, they barely made it 10 meters before they were completely crushed under what was likely 1,000,000 tons of rock and debris as the landslide swept over the fortress and onto the clearing, completely burying the clearing and the fortress. Goblin Slayer said, "Scratch one goblin stronghold." He then took a seat to relax. They would have to stay until someone came out to take the captives to Watertown City, which was 20 miles away, so they could receive treatment. On the way home, Momo leaned heavily on Izuku and made the decision to hold off on chewing him out until they arrived. He had raised his power to 25% during the diversion, and the backlash had caused some of his hands to break again. Not too badly, though. Momo was angry with him despite the priestess healing them. She therefore had every intention of punishing him for hurting himself. The reward and the celebration. The quest had originated in Watertown, and Goblin Slayer had a suspicion that the Sword Maiden was the one who sent it out. As a result, they were shocked to see that the fee had significantly increased upon their return. There were now 30 gold coins instead of 5, distributing 5 gold coins to each member of the party, which was a small fortune and allowed Momo and Izuku to buy their own house. Momo wanted a house, or more accurately, a cottage just outside the city, but they weren't in a rush to leave the apartment. Momo grinned broadly as she surveyed the cottage and said, "This is perfect." Izuku was perplexed because it was not as nice as the apartment and, based on his observations, required a lot of work. The quantity of food she had brought with them was another thing that baffled him. Until she began to create, at which point he fully comprehended. The first thing she chose to make required her to focus hard on remembering every detail. She initially thought of a much simpler gadget, but after learning that the closet's fuel source was coal oil, she had second thoughts. Wouldn't function. She therefore modified it to something a bit more intricate. After finishing, she ate some smoked sausage. He gasped as he looked at the engine. Izuku asked, is that a solar generator?" And Momo grinned back. Momo pointed to the ceiling and then the walls, pointing to the many holes in both. "Yes, now I have several other bits of technology I want to create. Do you mind starting to work on shoring up the roof and the walls?" she asked. After nodding, he went outside to where some ready-to-use patching material was available. I wondered a little what else Momo had planned to make. I thought it was all out of this world. Momo made a hot plate, 2 electric heaters, 5 electric lamps with light bulbs, 4 heavy-duty extension cords, and was tempted to make a microwave and a small refrigerator while seated at the table. However, she concluded that she could always do that later. Of course, she had a few more things that she wished she could make. However, it would not be possible to create a DVD player and a television. She was able to make DVDs, but she was unable to imprint any shows or movies on them, which made her a little down. She was determined to finish a particular show. Show me sample. As a commoner sample, I was kidnapped by an elite all-girls school. She now regrets not having the time to watch every episode of the humorous show. Just before she and Izuku went on patrol and ended up here, she had resumed her work on episode 8. Momo sighed deeply as she considered the solar generator. It had an output capacity of 16,000 volts and could easily manage all electrically powered devices. She was aware that she would need to construct and install an additional set of solar panels because she thought the 2 she had made with the generator might not be sufficient to fully recharge it. She returned enough limpets to make the panels, ate some more of the food she had brought, and then took a seat to relax. She was mentally and physically exhausted from producing so much at once. Primarily in her mind because she had to make each item by memory. Izuku entered, panting heavily. She turned to face him after he had completed patching. He had taken off his shirt, and she found herself staring at his body, nearly toppling over the chair. I hoped she wasn't drooling over his toned muscles. She said in a barely audible whisper, "Me likey. Me likey a lot." After he drank some water and some of it ran down his chest, she noticed that she was still staring at him and blushed. The show nearly made her gasp with pleasure. By the time Izuku was done arranging the generator and panels, the sun would be shining on them all day. To see how they were doing, the priestess, the elf, the dwarf, and the lizard paid them a visit. They were both intrigued by the odd additions Momo had made to her and Izuku's house. The sun started to set as they consumed the food and beverages they had brought. Thus, the lights came on when Momo switched on the generator. The 4 barraged her with inquiries about the magic she had conjured. They were even more astonished to have light without the use of oil or candles. Home front. When you're miserable, time flies. Researching anyone on the list who possessed a dimensional quirk, spending the majority of their time on their laptops. Finding someone who could bring their classmates and friends home was a top priority for the majority of Class 1A. However, aside from Ozaki Tashinaki, they had not yet discovered anyone else with that quirk. However, none of them was prepared to surrender. After learning what everyone but Kasuki Bakugo was doing, Iwasa made the decision to break the bad news to them directly. The Hero Administration, in cooperation with every country's Hero Administration, has conducted an extensive search for someone that has the same or similar quirk as Ozaki Tashineki. They have not located anyone. Not that I am forbidding you all from continuing to search or that I want any of you to give up on hoping that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu may return. But you do have to realize that. I am sorry it is fruitless for you to continue. Iwaza stated that he anticipated some mental anguish and not for Mina Ishido to get up. Mina screamed, "It is not fruitless. I will never give up looking for a way to," before rushing out of the room and crying in the bathroom. Toru and Kyoka trailed after her, trying to console her. As Iwaza walked away, Kyoka gave her a fierce glare. Iida Tenya stood. Iida bowed at his waist and said, "I apologize for her outburst, sir." He said, without informing the older man that Mei Hatsume was hard at work researching and attempting to construct something to do just that, but she is right. None of us are going to give up searching for someone to bring our friends home. She was afraid that either Power Loader or Iwaza would decide it was too risky for her to go on. If he discovered that Toru Hagakure had infiltrated the Hero Administration Science Division and taken photos of the research they had done on Ozaki Tashineki quirk, he pondered what Iwaza would say. Since they assisted the Invisible Girl in doing so, he was wagering that Bakugo and the rest of the class would face consequences, only to give Mei the information she required. Iwaza bowed and concluded that it would be best to halt classes for the day. "No, I am at fault for her outburst. I should not have tried to convince you not to stop. Please accept my apologies and later I will offer them to Miss Ishido as well." As a result, he ignored them and went home to rest. While traveling, he heard Mei Hatsume yell loudly and angrily from inside the Hero Support Lab. "Crap, you piece of shit," Mei screamed, kicking the newly constructed technology with fury. Again, her baby was pretty much worthless. It did not provide access to the location where Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had been sent by Ozaki Tashineki. She was furious as a result. Her machine, which she had spent the last 27 hours building, was completely useless. She had to start over from the beginning once more, examining the data and reports that she had received from Class 1A to help with her research. Iwaza shook his head and laughed outside the lab. In class 2 days ago, he was thinking about how stupid it was of him to have left a note on his desk about the Hero Administration's research on Tashineki's quirk. It was in the exact spot where everyone in the class could see and learn about it. One more day, one more snowfall. It was snowing yesterday when they looked out the window of their cottage, which they had moved into 3 days prior. Outside, there was already at least a foot of snow. Although Momo and Izuku's cottage home was comfortably warm, she shivered. She shivered because it looked so cold outside, even though the 2 electric space heaters and the fireplace kept it warm inside. When Izuku used his quirk to fix and repair the cottage's walls, roof, and floor rather than just patching them, she had accused him of cheating at the time. She was glad he cheated now that the snow had fallen and the chilly winds were blowing. But he referred to it as training. In any case, she owed him a heartfelt embrace and kiss. This was described as a strange pre-winter snowstorm by their new friends. For a potential goblin attack, Goblin Slayer referred to it as camouflage. Claiming that this kind of weather was ideal for the bastards' sneak attack on unwary targets. However, she didn't think the stupid creatures would be foolish enough to do that. Particularly considering that it was 10 degrees below zero, based on the thermometer she had set outside the window. She muttered, then regretted what she had said. Only a complete idiot would go out in this weather if they did not have to. Izuku was gathering firewood outside. She would truly make up for that remark, she promised. She sighed and pulled the lap blanket tighter around her. She shook her head in disbelief and said aloud, "I cannot believe we have been here for over 2 months." They had only been here for 2 months and 4 days, and it didn't seem like they would ever return home. She was no longer particularly depressed by it. She then grinned and said, it would have been intolerable if Izuku had not been present. She sat impatiently waiting for him to return inside, muttering, "Tonight is the night. It is time." A wood-cutting axe was used outside Izuku to split one of the blocks from the wood stack that was located beneath an overhang just outside the cottage. To make the segments fit in the fireplace, cut them into smaller pieces. He started by clearing the snow and ice from the solar panels, which continued to generate electricity despite the extremely low temperatures caused by the snowstorm that had been raging for the previous 2 days nearly constantly. It intrigued him that the panels were only lightly dusted, despite the generator being surrounded by roughly a foot of snow. Then he shivered and returned to the task of slicing the cord wood. Another time where it is completely obvious that Momo is vastly more intelligent than me. The heat emanating from the panels while they were gathering solar energy was the reason she had told him. No matter how much snow or ice falls, it won't accumulate on them. When she told him that, he didn't believe her, so he went outside to get the wood. To make sure the panels weren't covered in snow, he went over. Discovering that she was correct, he could just make out Momo sitting in front of the fire when he looked out the cottage's light window. Though he suspected he already knew the answer, he thought, she is so beautiful. I am perplexed on why she would want to be with me. It was because that maniac had sent them both here. Otherwise, he didn't think she would ever want to consider dating him if they were still at home. He didn't even want to consider the possibility that there were people on this planet who were better suited for her than he was. He filled his arm with wood and went back inside. Izuku went to the other side and put some of the already dried wood on top of the wet wood that was stacked by the fire. After finishing, he took a seat in the chair next to Momo's. Izuku nodded in response to Momo's question, "Cold out there?" She proceeded to bring water to a boil on the hot plate and said, "I will make you some tea, that will help warm you up." She decided to make a coffee maker later. The water took twice as long to boil on the hot plate. After finishing, she gave Izuku a cup of tea and then sat back in her chair with her own. Momo shook her head when Izuku asked, "Maybe we should have gone with the others on that quest. The others would have divided their fee with them when they returned," but Momo said, "No way. Too cold and they are going even further north towards somewhere called Ice Cap Mountain. Also we were not requested in that letter from those nobles. So if we went we would not get paid." She was a little concerned. The letter mentioned finding Noble Fencer, another adventurer who had vanished with her party after going on a quest to battle goblins. She wondered if she and Izuku should have gone because their friends were once again entering a situation where they were unsure of the number of goblins they might run into. It might have been very risky if the goblins had vanquished the other adventurers. Source: Goblin's Crown, the Goblin Slayer movie. Even though he would be hesitant to leave Momo alone if he did go, Izuku said quietly, "But maybe I should have at least gone," worrying that she might give in to pressure from others. Spearman, for instance, had asked her out to dinner during their most recent visit to the guild. On other occasions, other people asked her out, and from what he could see, they were much more successful and attractive than he was. And leave me alone? No, if you went, then I would go too. It is a moot point anyhow. They have been gone for a day already. Even if we tried, we would not be able to catch up with them. Besides, if they do need our help. I gave Priestess an emergency transmitter and showed her how to use it. Momo raised the transmitter's receiver. He relaxed a little when she said, "This goes off, then we will go." Izuku pointed to the chessboard and said, "So until then, want to beat me at chess again?" Momo shook her head. She had grown tired of repeatedly beating him after they had played a few times. He didn't let her win or throw the games. Simply put, she was more skilled than he was at the game. She shook her head once more when asked, "How about backgammon?" Momo took a deep breath and said, "No more board games," deciding that the time had come. It was time for their relationship to progress to her desired level. She whispered, "Izuku, may I ask you something?" And he nodded after giving her a quick glance. Izuku said uneasily, "Yes." Her expression turned serious when she had that expression in her eyes, made him uneasy every time. After biting her lower lip, she reaffirmed her determination. Momo blurted out, "Do you love me?" And waited. Izuku let out a gasp and turned as pale as the snow outside. It was all he could do not to nod. Izuku stammered, feeling faint from actually responding that he did. Why? S. Momo gave him a smile. Momo, feeling more confident than ever, asked, "Do you love me enough to marry me?" And Izuku began to hyperventilate uncontrollably. He fell forward onto the floor, unconscious, before he could respond. After standing, she knelt down next to his prone body. Checking his vitals, she giggled and said, "Ah, good, he only fainted. For a second there I thought I killed him." Wavering it under his nose, she created some smelling salts, adamant about receiving a response to her query. Momo laughed that Izuku had fainted and moved the smelling salts back and forth under his nose. She didn't think of a reason to wait, even though she knew she was hurrying their relationship. Especially considering that neither of them was certain they would ever be able to go back home. For that reason, she had hurried the relationship well beyond her comfort zone. For that reason, she completely changed who she was, and Izuku was compelled to step outside of his comfort zone as well. She wanted to point out that marriage in this place was entirely different from marriage at home. Long-term dating wasn't exactly required or feasible in this situation. She had asked the apartment landlord's wife and a few other people about it. She found that there was no protracted courtship and that the majority of those married here were only married under common law. No, a man and a woman could get married at any time by common law or by ceremony if they so desired. She and Izuku were regarded as adults, unlike their world. Without any problems, they could get married and have kids. Since they shared a residence, she and Izuku could actually be regarded as married already. Her true desire, however, was to have their friend the priestess perform the bonding ceremony rather than merely using the common law to consummate their marriage. He opened his eyes and looked up at her when he moaned. He fainted once more as she said, "I am waiting." Izuku had not anticipated Momo asking him that question, so what could he say? Indeed, when she asked him if he loved her, he had replied in the affirmative. Which he did. However, she then asked to marry her. That triggered his typical panic attack, causing him to pass out. He felt ashamed that he had actually fainted and thought, "I cannot believe I fainted." But now he had a much bigger issue. She waited to see if he would accept. If he said something incorrectly, like declining, he knew it. It was very likely that she would not be pleased. Indeed, he believed that she was hurrying their relationship a lot, avoiding a lengthy courtship phase and instead pursuing their romance at a normal pace. However, there was really no need to do that here on Earth, especially considering their line of work. There was no assurance that the adventurers' life would be lengthy. That was the only significant resemblance between this world and theirs. Because in their world, it was equivalent to being a hero. A hero could be killed at any time. Momo was still waiting for a response when he glanced at her. After a few seconds, Momo asked again, "So how about it, Izuku? Do you love me enough to marry me?" And he turned pale once more. She would be upset if she said, "Please don't faint again. If you do not want to just tell me. I promise I will not be upset." However, she didn't want to put too much pressure on him to agree. She would accept it and wait whether he said no or not yet. However, she would need to find another place to weep. He took a deep, purifying breath and swallowed hard. Izuku forced himself to stutter, "Momo. I do love you, and I do love you, enough to, yes. I will." Momo jumped on top of him, pushed him to the ground, and gave him a passionate kiss. She gritted her teeth against his. She looked directly into his eyes as they parted, both of them breathing heavily. Momo tried to catch her breath, and once they both did, she kissed him once more. As soon as the priestess comes back, we will have her do the ceremony." Both of them hoped that their friend's quest, whatever it was, would be over quickly and that they would return soon. Izuku grinned and held Momo firmly in his arms before parting ways once more. Izuku didn't know how to phrase his question, but Momo did. "I got to know Momo. Why are we? I mean I want to, but we have time, so why? Why do I want to rush it? It comes down to our situation here. We have been here over 2 months and we have to face the reality that we may never get home. We both have had this deluded hope that either the man that sent us here would bring us back or by now they would have figured out what happened and made him bring us home. That has not happened, so we need to get on with our lives." Momo took a deep breath and continued. "So to do that I believe it is best that we forget how it is done in our world with a prolonged courtship of dating and just skip right to us being married." She raised her hand. She flushed and said, "Now I am willing to wait too." Quote. She did not want to say that she was sick of all the men who tried to get close to her when Izuku was not around. To have sex until we both are ready. But it makes logical sense that we are married since we already live together. So we might as well be married. It was worse here than it was at home. They were more persistent here, and she was also concerned about some girls she saw glancing at Izuku in a way that made her hair stand up. Izuku didn't really understand why, but he said, "Okay, I think I understand why now." He only knew that Momo wanted to, and that was sufficient justification. Even though it was still cold outside, the snow stopped falling late that evening. However, the path leading to the road leading into town was buried under at least 2 feet of snow, and there were still massive snow drifts practically everywhere. Momo put her arms around the heavy thermal winter coat she had made, one for Izuku and one for herself, as they stepped outside together. Who was wearing his? Steaming from her breath, she said, "Brr, it is still cold out here." Izuku laughed as she grinned at him and said, "I am tempted to just turn around and go back inside, perhaps ask sweetly for my fiancé to go get the supplies." Izuku said, "That is up to you. I am more than willing." Momo thought about accepting his offer. However, she decided not to take a chance after considering the store owner's daughter who would be present. She felt jealous again after the red-haired girl made some overt advances toward Izuku during their most recent visit. The girl was attractive. Izuku had offered to clear the path, making it a little less taxing for Momo as they trudged through the knee and occasionally thigh-high snow. They were warmer than any local winter clothing thanks to the snow pants and winter boots she made and they wore. Even so, they arrived at the city's edge after nearly an hour. They hardly saw anyone on the snow-covered streets, and smoke poured from every chimney. The majority of people were staying inside and only venturing outside when absolutely required. As they approached the guild, they went inside to warm up and see if the others had come back. After that, they would proceed to the store to get the necessary supplies. The two discovered that the guild was nearly full of adventurers once they were inside. Eating and drinking. There wasn't much on the quest board. Only 2 or 3 of the quests were new, the majority were ones that were posted the previous week. They were all low wage and not very necessary. Momo also looked it over and was glad they had money from their previous quest with the others, so they didn't have to take any of them. Since all of the ones on the board were outside, the only guarantee was that the person taking them would be exposed to the weather for a few hours, if not a day. The store was their next destination. Fortunately, the store owner was wise enough to ensure that he had an excess of supplies. But based on what Momo was told by the man's daughter, he did that annually, putting as much as he could in his stockroom in the spring, summer, and fall. Acquiring rice, some dried vegetables, and salted and smoked meat. Although they would create another storeroom long before then, she and Izuku had enough for another 2 weeks. The old proverb applied to her. Having it was preferable to not needing it, then lack it while still needing it. She and Izuku talked with the store owner and his daughter for a while packing the supplies in a backpack. She ensured that the other girl did not approach him, then braved the cold to return home once more. 0. Having nothing better to do than sit and chat, which was a good idea. Momo wanted Izuku to settle down enough that he didn't appear to be about to become a total mess. It was time for her to make another kind of generator, she decided. A hydroelectric variety, because she found that no matter how much snow fell, the nearby stream kept flowing. After finishing it, she asked Izuku to carry it to the stream while she looked for a suitable location for its installation. Pointing to the side of the bank and a small waterfall, she asked him, "Feel like doing some digging?" She moved some flat rocks they would be using to keep the generator off the ground while he went for a shovel. She told him what needed to be done when he returned. Only enough excavation was required to create a somewhat level surface. To create a platform, arrange the flat rocks. He put them on top of the generator. After some adjusting, the water wheel started to rotate while the water flowed through it. It took a few minutes for the generator to generate enough power to turn on. She made 2 extension cords that were 100 feet long. She connected the cords to a breaker box she had made a few days prior after they ran them back to the cottage. They could now run more appliances than just the electric heaters, 1 electric lamp, and the hot plate simultaneously because they had 2 power sources. A day later, they returned to the guild to find their friends enjoying a feast with another girl. Momo saw that the girl exuded a sense of sadness. Though intrigued, she chose to inquire about the girl at a later time. The dwarf and the elf sat with them and told them about their last quest's experiences, pointing out that she and Izuku ought to have accompanied them. Naturally, however, Goblin Slayer had come up with a plan that was not only rash but also harmful. Momo said, pointing to the tiny black cigar-shaped device and the emergency transmitter that the priestess wore as a necklace around her neck, "You could have signaled us and we would have come to help." Goblin Slayer had considered having the priestess signal them once they located Noble Fencer, but he said, "No time. With that goblin paladin, there was not enough time to wait for you to get there." Figuring that out even if Izuku had been able to carry Momo the distance at the speed he could have. The two would arrive in time to help them, but it would take half a day. He therefore concluded that it was not possible to signal them with that odd object when the priestess asked about it. Noble Fencer gave the 2 newcomers a close look as the elf remarked, "Still Goblin Slayer, I doubt that we would have had to resort causing an avalanche to destroy those goblins, if Deku and Kriti were there, observing the rank tags there. Momo grinned and pointed first at Izuku. Noble Fencer said, I don't understand. You four are silver ranks. How would having these two obsidian ranks there make that much of a difference in how Goblin Slayer dispatched those goblins? Well, he's incredibly powerful. Then Momo pointed to herself and said, I can create anything that I know how to create. In fact, he is probably the strongest person on this planet. The young woman gazed at them both with wide eyes before turning to face the others. From explosives to advanced technology that this world has never seen before, she said, gloating a little bit about Izuku. The priestess said, it is true. She quickly recounted the other times that Izuku and Momo had gone on a quest with them, including how Izuku had thrown big boulders a good 200 meters with ease and how he had previously defeated a goblin champion with equal ease. She then talked about Momo and how she had made what she called gas grenades and later explosives that turned a mountain into a crater, and she lit a simple Bic lighter to show that she was capable of doing so, while the other stared at the flame in utter amazement. So why don't they hold a higher position? Noble Fencer asked, still gazing at the flame. Should they not be steel rank or higher if they are as powerful as you claim? Guild Girl overheard and chose to respond. Miss, that's how the guild operates. You ought to be aware of that. Guild Girl grinned and said, even though you two are up for another promotion, the guild must adhere to the rules and they must go through the same promotion examination process as everyone else, despite Kriti and Deku's amazing abilities. She informed them, the only things left are the oral exam and, of course, the paperwork. She then proceeded to serve ale to other tables after serving the mugs of ale from her tray. Momo grinned, and the priestess grinned broadly, saying, hey, that is good news. That's not the best news I have. Deku is getting married to me. The blonde girl gasped with excitement as Momo said, that is if you are willing to do the bonding ceremony. Momo laughed lightly as Izuku blushed after going pale. Yes, of course. Well done. With a loud voice, the priestess said. That is cause for celebration, isn't it, Goblin Slayer? The dwarf drank heavily from his mug after reaching over to his cask to refill it. The elf chuckled. Everyone laughed when the elf said, like you need a reason to celebrate. Wedding. What could that be? That's not how we lizard men do that, the elf clarified in response to the lizard priest's question. We have multiple mates rather than just one. That way, we can have multiple children at once. Not that I have any at the moment, he said proudly. I'm still working on becoming a dragon. Scaly, you lost. For a dwarf man, one dwarf woman is always sufficient. The dwarf drank from another mug. So, when would you like to complete this? Momo looked out as the priestess asked, remember that it must be done outside and blessed by water, dirt, air, and fire. Not when snow is falling. If water is to be administered to us. Oh, and when we do it, Momo said, shivering subliminally at the idea of the priestess dousing them in water while they were outside in the bitter cold. I would prefer that it is not 20 degrees outside and snowing. She turned to face Noble Fencer and said, you two are invited. The other girl grinned as she said, I would like you all to attend. You'll have to do it shortly after that. Momo decided to leave tomorrow at noon, right outside her and Izuku's cottage, after Noble Fencer said, because I will be leaving in the next 2 days. The ritual. Momo was both happy and sad at the same time. She was glad that she and Izuku were getting married, but she was also sad because she was freezing, wearing only a white robe instead of her winter coat, pants, and boots. She regretted that their friend the priestess was conducting the ceremony because of the bitter cold, but fortunately Izuku had the foresight to clear a space for them to stand in rather than standing barefoot in a foot or so of snow, which still made her feet tingle. They stood facing each other, their hands clasped together, and the ceremony started. We pay homage to the Earth Mother to grant these two to become bonded in marriage. The priestess took a crystal cup, dipped it in water, and threw the cold liquid on them. They both sputtered and felt their hair freeze. Thus I bless this union in your name with the earth. She reached down to the ground and threw a handful of dirt on them. Thus I bless this union in your name with air. She continued, fanning them with her palms. And finally, thus I bless this union in your name with fire. The elf gave her a candle, which she had kept lit, and the priestess ran the flames under their joined hands without burning them. She blew out the candle and grinned. With the blessings of water, earth, air, and water. I declare that you are forever bound together. May nothing separate you and may you lead a happy life together. Congratulations. It was over, and Momo released his left hand and turned back to the house, following their own traditions after getting married. They kissed quickly. Momo said, "Let's all go inside. I am completely frozen." She led Izuku inside, followed closely by the others. She turned on the electric heaters right away and wrapped one of the polyester blankets around herself. While he was sitting in his chair, she sat on his lap, causing him to turn blubbering and flushed. "Take it easy, Izuku, we are married now, so relax," she whispered as Noble Fencer stood staring at one of the electric lamps in complete awe, her mouth hanging open. "What's all this about? This is unlike anything I have ever seen. Is this magic of some kind, unknown?" Noble Fencer asked, then pointed to everything that was unknown in the cottage. The priestess responded, "Kriti made them, and from what she told us, it is not magic but science." Noble Fencer then returned to studying the lamp, and the priestess, elf, and dwarf set food and drink on the table for their friend's wedding, though they would only be there for a short while because they thought the newlyweds would prefer to be alone. Goblin Slayer stood off to one side, leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. He had only come because it was expected of him. He would have stayed home or waited for a goblin-based quest at the guild. "I'm going to leave now. However, I'd like to return and find out more about these wonders you have here." "I congratulate you, Kriti, Deku," said Noble Fencer, who was eager to learn more about electricity after hugging the priestess, the elf, and finally Momo. "Especially after you told me that these marvels are powered by a cousin of lightning called electricity." She put on her cloak and left after saying, "May you have a long and happy life together." She had a lot of things to do, including visiting her parents and going to the places where her friends and comrades had died to lay grave markers. She also wanted to know what had happened to them, which meant consulting a seer she knew who could tell her whether or not she was responsible for their deaths, even though she felt that she was, since she was the party leader and had a duty to keep them alive. Knowing what had happened would comfort her. Izuku tried to get the others to stay as the celebration was coming to an end because he wasn't prepared for whatever was going to happen next. He was kind of ready, but he wasn't sure he could handle kissing and doing more than that, and he wasn't sure if Momo would be willing to wait now that they were married. She had told him that she was willing to wait until they were both ready for sex, but the way she was clinging to him while on his lap made him think that she didn't want the wait to end. Feeling lightheaded, he tried not to think about what was going to happen, but regrettably, that was all he could think about. "Damn teenage hormones," he whispered, then became even more anxious when the others left. "Izuku, please relax. I advised you to wait until you and I are ready," Momo said, though she was completely lying. She did not want to wait. By this world's customs, they were married. She was married and she was more than ready. In fact, all it took before for them to be considered under the common law was that they consummate and then they were considered married. But she believed that having the actual ceremony would perhaps convince Izuku into them being intimate. She could tell that it would take her perhaps just seducing him. Not that she actually knew how to do that. Oh, she knew the mechanics of them having sex from some instructional videos porn she watched once with Mina, Toru and Kyoka. Once more going beyond her and his comfort zone. He sighed with relief. "But I do expect you to snuggle and cuddle with tonight. And lots more kissing." He went pale again. 0. As the others moved to a table to continue celebrating, Goblin Slayer went to check the quest board and grumbled loudly that there were no goblin-based quests available. He didn't know that they needed the money, but he thought that the goblins were usually more brash during the cold winter, and Spearman and the Witch chose to go on one that he thought would be entertaining because it involved a group of about 30 goblins and 2 hobgoblins, while 4 Emerald rank adventurers had already taken the other 2, so there were none left for Goblin Slayer to go on. The elf, who was seated at the table, smiled and pointed to Goblin Slayer, saying, "Should we tell him?" The dwarf shook his head when she asked, laughing because they were all aware of the 3 posted quests and who had taken them. "No, we'd better not," the dwarf stated. He might not take it well to learn that Guild Girl had not posted them until after he checked them earlier. They all chuckled a little, thinking it would be best for Goblin Slayer to take some time off so they could take some much-needed time off. They at least wanted time for their newlywed friends to have a respectable amount of time to be newlyweds, which would be at least 2 nights and 3 days. After that, they all agreed that Guild Girl would post the postings as usual. Mei Hatsume muttered as she double-checked her math. It will take 10 years to completely recreate and modify Osakaki Tashinyaki's DNA cells to access his quirk to open a similarity. She went to another whiteboard and started going over her most recent schematics, realizing that in order for her creation to work, she would need to clone the cells from the samples that the Hero administration had taken. Finding the nearly undetectable quirk microenzymes within that cell would be another challenge. If she didn't, there would be no way to even get her creation to open a portal. She sent David Shields a few pictures of her research, hoping that she was mistaken and that the process wouldn't take that long. Returning to business, 2 nights and 3 days went by rather normally. At most Momo found she was able to get Izuku to cuddle at night, while during the day they spent the time becoming more comfortable with each other. They were somewhat used to living together as roommates that shared the same bed. Now though they were married, twice she was tempted to strip down naked and parade around the main room in all of her glory. But she knew if she did that, not only would it embarrass her and she doubted she had the nerve. Izuku would probably have a stroke. So instead she pressured him into kissing her more often, letting him get used to that aspect of their relationship. They had not discussed the future yet, mainly due to that they were both still hopeful that somehow they would get home. Within an hour they were leaving the city en route on a quest. Of course it was one that involved goblins. To the south a village had been attacked by goblins and over half a dozen girls were captured and over 20 of the villagers had been slaughtered. They arrived a day and a half later. While Goblin Slayer, Momo and Izuku split up to talk to villagers and collect other useful information. The elf went to look for tracks since it had not snowed and the goblin footprints were still there. With Izuku with her, Momo made her way over to the wounded and the dead. Handing the village healer some antibiotics and some pain medication she had created while they rode in the back of the wagon. While Izuku went to check on the dead goblins. There were about 10 of the monsters stacked behind a wall. Goblin Slayer wanted to know what type of weapons they had, so he left it for Izuku to check. Momo talked to the healer about the dead and wounded, finding out something that made the whole situation worse. Once done she joined the others. "I have some bad news," she stated as Izuku arrived with Goblin Slayer. "I agree," Goblin Slayer said, "let us hear yours first." Momo pointed to the corpses covered in canvas that were arranged in a line by one of the buildings. The goblins planned to burn them as soon as Goblin Slayer and his group left, while the villagers were ready to bury them as soon as the ground thawed. Among the dead, there are 2 adventurers. Another girl was taken along with the other captives. Momo said and then held out 2 obsidian rank tags. The priestess paled, thinking back to when the goblins attacked her first party. One of them was cut apart while still alive, another was poisoned and Goblin Slayer had to mercifully kill her. The only other survivor had been brutally raped repeatedly, which in her mind was worse than death. She had only survived such a fate, was the timely arrival of Goblin Slayer. "So what is your bad news?" she asked as Goblin Slayer glanced over to Izuku. He raised a short spear with a tiny axe fastened to it. The dwarf took the halberd and examined it, saying, "That is a halberd. Where the fuck did where would they get something like that? Whoever did it changed it for goblins rather than a larger species. That is something we need to find out. If these become widely used by the goblins, it could cause disaster." Goblin Slayer said. Momo took the shortened halberd and looked at the spearhead and the small axe-like blade, saying, "Entering a nest could prove deadly." It was crudely constructed, and there were signs that the person who made it was not a skilled blacksmith. "You see it too, Kriti. Whoever made this and the others, was not a seasoned blacksmith. The blades are crudely made and the shaft is nothing more than a sapling. So my guess is that a shaman found one and devised a way to make them. But not an exact copy of the original." The elf came back and pointed east. The elf looked at the weapon in Momo's hands before saying, "All of the tracks lead off in that direction. Oh, and from what I can tell they are not concerned about anyone following them, because they did not even try to cover their tracks at all." She took it from Momo and scowled after saying, "Hey, is that a halberd? I have not seen something like that in, about 1,000 years. The one I saw was being sold as an antique. This almost looks like a copy of an imperial halberd." Izuku said, "Imperial," and the elf gave a nod. "Oh, about 5,000 or so years ago there was an empire in the far south that tried to conquer the world. They made it to about the high plains 100 miles from Hera and were defeated by Mayan army of elves, humans, dwarfs, lizard men and just about every other race in the land." The elf said as she rubbed the blades slowly. The elf nodded in response to the dwarf's question, "Are you talking about the Tolbanar Empire?" "Yes, I bet 10 gold coins that somewhere around here is an imperial weapons cache. I have heard from some historians that the empire liked to establish supply caches all over the region. Mostly in caves." The dwarf responded with a sigh. The dwarf looked back to where the goblin bodies were piled and said, "No bet long ears. I had heard the same when I was but a lad and studied history." Izuku nodded and asked, "Was there any other weapons there?" Izuku responded that it was more crucial to inform Goblin Slayer and the others about the halberd. Yes, along with those halberds, there were short swords mostly gladius style, much like Goblin Slayer's, but they were broader lengthwise and thicker. But initially he didn't know what it was. Only that it appeared to be very lethal. Momo shook her head and said, "This is bad. With something like this for the goblins to copy, modify and reproduce. Or in case of the gladius swords. If they did share this with other goblins it could have deadly repercussions." She mulled it over. The goblins would conduct more raids and capture more people if their weapons were more potent. Increase the number of offspring and then do it again until they have a vast number of the vile creatures, so that destroying them all would require an army. Not just a few adventurers. They all agreed when Goblin Slayer stated, "Then that is our objective. Find and destroy not only the nest but also this weapons cache along with all the weapons the goblins had made." 0. The elf was leading the way, following the footprints, trail. She moved while keeping a close watch out for obstacles. Recalling their propensity to lay traps in case they were pursued, she didn't have to worry about scouts or sentries warning the other goblins that they were being followed because it was still daylight. At a glade, she halted and motioned for the others to approach. Seeing what had caused the elf to delay, Goblin Slayer remarked, "There was another group that joined them here." After giving it some thought, Goblin Slayer said, "Yes, about 10 or 15 of them." Why would there be another group of them? It appeared that the second group had been anticipating the arrival of the other group. Goblin Slayer knelt to check the others' footprints before turning to face the area where they had been waiting. "We are about a mile from the village. These here could have been reinforcements. In case something went wrong." After looking around, the dwarf remarked, "Smart little buggers." He asked her, "So long ears which way now?" And the elf grinned. The elf replied, pointing in the direction where the forest appeared to thicken, "That way Barrel Belly. They are still heading towards the east." They continued walking until they paused in the middle of the afternoon to eat. Goblin Slayer shook his helmeted head and looked around. "I do not like this. If we do not reach them before dusk, we could end up walking into an ambush as soon as it gets dark," said the Goblin Slayer. Everyone knew that Goblin Slayer was already formulating some kind of plan, so Momo asked, "So what should we do if we do not reach their nest before it gets dark?" The elf named each one off on her fingers and said, "Now remember. No poison, no fire and no explosives." When Goblin Slayer asked, "Does those restrictions on explosives apply to Kriti?" Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Everyone except Goblin Slayer laughed when the elf said, "No. Because she won't try to blow up several acres to kill a couple of goblins. So got any ideas, or are you going to once more keep it to yourself and then direct us to do different tasks that we all deem odd until it somehow kills all of the goblins?" She inquired and believed that to be the case. Behind his helm, Goblin Slayer grinned and remarked, "Actually I do have an idea or two." Again, he didn't tell any of them what he was thinking. Just the roles that each would play if and when the sun went down. The group discovered a sizable hill composed primarily of rock an hour before the sun started to set. They discovered a cave that led into the hill after searching the immediate area. The elf sniffed and then stepped back, covering her nose, saying, "This has to be it." Goblin Slayer looked around and took a sharp breath, saying, "Yep, this is it. It stinks badly in there." The lizard priest said, "Something amiss, Sir Goblin Slayer." And Goblin Slayer pointed to the cave's entrance. The priestess gripped her staff more firmly as Goblin Slayer remarked, "Yes. From what I can tell this is a large nest. There should be sentries posted around here. But there isn't, so that means that they are not concerned with anyone coming inside." The priestess asked, "The ambush is inside, isn't it?" And Goblin Slayer gave a nod. Goblin Slayer stated, "That would be my guess. The bastards want us to come inside where they will probably be ready to attack us." He had to devise a new plan of action because he was no longer worried that they would still be on the trail in the open. Momo made night vision goggles and looked into the cave while he was doing that, then gave a headshake. "Well, whatever plan you come up with, gas won't work. The tunnel splits and both passages go off in separate directions. There is also a small pool of what appears to be water at the end of this part, right before it splits." Momo responded and the dwarf responded. The dwarf questioned whether Goblin Slayer was even considering using fire when he said, so even if you wanted or we allowed you to use fire, that wouldn't work either. He gestured to the elf and the lizard priest and said, "No, I actually have a better idea than your gas bombs are using fire. First though we need to ascertain that there are no other entrances or exits. That is your job." Goblin Slayer pointed to a large boulder that was half the size of the cave entrance and said, "If you find any you need to block them off. Next Deku, do you think you could hoist that big boulder over here? Not large enough to block the entrance entirely." Izuku gave a nod and turned on. He approached the large granite rock, hefted it, and carried it over. Pointing a few feet to the right, he said, "Good, set it right there at the right side of the entrance." Putting it down. Pulling out his own sword, he said, "Good. Next we need as many pointed wooded sticks about 2 feet long." The others were perplexed. They all began honing their sticks, unaware of Goblin Slayer's intentions. After finishing more than 100, he started driving them into the left side of the ground. Everyone was now utterly perplexed. Izuku said, "Can we know why we did that?" And Goblin Slayer got up after driving the final sharpened stick into the ground. Before they could question why he had placed sharp sticks there as well, Goblin Slayer pointed down at the ground on the right and said, "It is quite simple. Those bastards inside are going to come streaming out of there. So I want to funnel them and not have them spread out. The sharpened sticks keep them from going to the left, while the big rock keeps them from spreading out on the right." He returned to the wood line after saying, "If you look closely under that big rock is nothing but rock. So we cannot do what we did on the left. Now the next phase of my plan. Kriti, I need something that disorients them." Momo pulled up her Kevlar armored front and focused for a few seconds, saying, "I think I know just the thing." Then she took out a black speaker that was 2 feet by 6 inches. She presented Goblin Slayer with it. This emits a loud high-intensity constant alarm. It is so loud that it basically makes someone deaf for about 10 minutes. Quite painful and effective, she went on to explain and laughed. The only other person who knew how good Momo's best friend was at using those speakers was Izuku. She told him, "Something I once thought up right after I met Kyokujiro. She can emit a sound blast through speakers that can really knock someone for a loop." Once, he saw her plug her jacks into a cement wall and use her vibrations to break through it. To attract Goblin Slayer's attention, the priestess lifted her staff. Momo was making earplugs. The priestess, who was reluctant to enter the cave because there were so many goblins inside, questioned, "Still, how are we going to get them to come out?" They were prepared to launch an ambush. If anyone could have seen inside Goblin Slayer's helmet, they would have noticed how red his face had just turned. "That is easy. Remember when I said these bastards have a very keen sense of smell? Any chance, Kriti, you could make something that smells like women that are excited?" Momo asked, "Oh, do you mean like pheromones?" Before realizing that nobody on this planet would understand and that she wasn't going to clarify, not in public. She and the priestess both blushed a little. "I think I know what you are talking about, so yes, I can make something that smells like women and make it really potent." She glanced over and saw that Izuku was flushed as well. She took some rations from her bag and ate. "Now the last part of my plan. Priestess, you need to use your protection spell to keep them from getting out of the kill zone. Which means you have to use 2 protective shields, again. One at the entrance and one right in front of us," the Goblin Slayer said, and the blonde girl nodded. The elf and lizard priest reappeared at that precise moment. As Goblin Slayer described his plan to the elf, the lizard priest inspected the preparations and declared, "It is done, Sir Goblin Slayer. We found 7 smaller entrances and have blocked them all off with rock." The elf remarked, recalling their time at Watertown and their battle against a wave of them approaching them, "Sounds like it will work, but if a large number comes out, even disoriented, it could be hard to take them all down. They had neither a rock roof to crush them beneath nor a portal to hide under this time." Izuku turned to face a bigger boulder that had been left alone for many years. It weighed about the same as a dump truck and was about the same size. This one resembled a rock slab more. Although he detested the thought of killing, it was now required. He held up his right hand. All eyes turned to Izuku as he said softly, "I will take care of the goblins. The rest of you need to stand clear." He gestured toward the rock slab. 0. Sitting beside Izuku, Momo leaned in closer, waiting for the goblins to emerge. He glanced at her as she whispered, "Do you know what today is?" Izuku answered, "The 4th day of Norik." Momo shook her head and laughed softly. Momo shook his head and said, "Well, yes. But on our world, Do you what day it should be? Although he knew he should, he had not really kept track because it was difficult to convert the calendars from their world to ours. The length of the days increased by 2 1/3 hours. She decided she would rather tell him than let him spend the next hour trying to figure it out after he started to calculate it in his mind. Perhaps they don't have time for that. She grinned at him and said, "It is December 23rd. 2 more days until Christmas." As she said, "Merry Christmas, Izuku." He grinned slowly, recognizing her correctness. Izuku felt bad about not getting you something for Christmas, even though they didn't have it on this world. "Merry Christmas, Momo. I kinda wish you told me a couple weeks ago, so I could have gotten you something for Christmas." Around this time, they did commemorate the spring solstice, which, on the 9th day of Halisha, was roughly 3 cycles away, when the brightness of the 2 moons would be at its peak. Momo leaned her shoulder against him and told him, "Don't worry about it. I didn't get you anything either. I actually only deduced that it was nearing Christmas only yesterday." He had to agree because it was true. "I think it might be upsetting if we did celebrate Christmas, because all it would do is remind us that we are not home with our families." Goblin Slayer pointed to the entrance of the cave and said, "Get ready." After everyone had inserted their earplugs, Izuku stood up and turned on 30% of One for All. He braced his feet and stepped over to the large slab of rock. Painfully, his arms and legs tingled. He scolded himself for not training harder as he was about to lift the rock and then slam it down on the goblins. A group of 30 or 40 goblins, each brandishing a gladius sword or a halberd, rushed out of the cave. Momo turned on the speaker when they were all out and still huddled together. It was a loud, high-pitched sound. Even with the earplugs in, she and the others could hear it. Without earplugs, the goblins dropped their various weapons and put their hands over their ears. To escape the agonizing sound, the majority squealed in agony and attempted to return to the cave. To stop them from moving forward or backward, however, the priestess had set up a protective shield. Nearly all of the loathsome creatures were struck by a massive slab of rock before they could respond. The lizard priest and goblin slayer quickly killed the survivors. After a minute, Momo switched off the speaker. As he released an arrow into the final goblin fleeing the destruction, the elf grinned contentedly and remarked, "Well, that was easy." Izuku sank to his knees and grunted in agony as he said, "Not really." He had blood on his arms and legs. Momo approached him, knelt beside him, and examined his self-inflicted wounds. The priestess joined. The priestess knelt down and recited the healing spell, saying, "I have 1 miracle left. Let me heal him," requesting that Izuku's wounds be healed by the Earth Mother. At least the majority of them. Momo wrapped his arms and legs and made bandages. She helped Momo wrap his arms and legs and assured him, "Tomorrow I will heal him again and then he should be completely healed." The dwarf moved forward as Goblin Slayer stated, "We need to block the entrance and then go in and finish them off tomorrow." The dwarf took out a tiny pebble and threw it at the partially blocked entrance, which was now partially obscured by the stone slab. "I can do that easy enough." Using a spell, it expanded before collapsing against the entrance. They all went to the edge of the clearing after Momo made some trip flares and set them up, saying, "There, that should keep them in there until morning," in front of and behind them. They took up residence for the night. They each took turns watching wearily for the goblins or any other enemy. 0. Before the 2 goblin sentries could frighten anyone else inside, Izuku pushed the dwarf-made boulder out of the way and the elf fired 2 arrows at them 30 minutes after sunrise. With the exception of Goblin Slayer, they all anticipated seeing many people waiting for them, but all they saw were the sentries. Momo made 2 flares and gave the dwarf one and Goblin Slayer the other. They entered, reached the split, and the elf looked at the 2 routes. "I would hamper a guess that they are down that one to the left. The other, it is well traveled but not as much as that one." She was pointing to them all. Momo took one of the 2 dozen she had made the previous evening out of her bag as Goblin Slayer said, "We go to the right first. Kriti, leave one of those burning trip lines here to make sure that none of the goblins try to sneak in behind us." As soon as they had all stood up, she had unset them and placed them in her backpack. Crossing the left tunnel with one of them, they all took the right route. After eliminating 4 more goblins, and at the end of the tunnel, they discovered the source of the weapons that the goblins were using or shaping for their purposes when the tunnel opened into a large room. It was an old cache of Imperial weapons. After using a time spell that reduced all of the weapons to dust, the lizard priest quickly defeated it. All that remained was to eliminate the last of the goblins and save the captives. Momo took out the trip flare and returned it to her backpack at the side tunnel that led to the left. Next, 2 more stick flares were made. Goblin Slayer warned the others to be alert, saying, "From this point on, be wary. Those bastards know we are coming." However, Momo's thoughts were more focused on their recent journey than on what they were going to face. According to what she had learned from Goblin Slayer, goblins typically steal weapons instead of creating or altering them. Thus, that disturbed her, and she suspected that Goblin Slayer shared her opinion. When Momo said, "Something has changed their behavior, hasn't it?" Goblin Slayer paused and faced her again. The others turned to face Goblin Slayer as he answered, "Something or someone. Someone has radically changed how the goblins do things. I noticed it back on the trail. I have never encountered any horde that has reinforcements standing by. I also never have seen where they copy weapons rather than just use what they find." Goblin Slayer said with his helmet on. They were all a little uneasy when he told them they would use the halberds they found, no matter if they could use them or not effectively. Goblin Slayer shook his head again when the elf asked, "So you do not think it is a shaman or a champion that has effected this change, do you? Then perhaps a paladin?" Gripping his sword tighter, Goblin Slayer said, "No. I think it might be something even more foul than a paladin." He then pointed with the flare farther into the cave. They continued on, coming across a few goblins and eliminating them. They went on. Compared to the other tunnel that led to a weapons cache, this one was longer and deeper. As they approached a bend in the tunnel that swerved to the right, they once again encountered a small group of goblins. Goblin Slayer threw his sword into the shaman in front of him. The shaman's spell, whatever it was broken. With a few cuts from the lizard priest's sword and arrows, the other goblins fell just as fast. Another change in their behavior that concerns me. Generally a shaman stays far back and does not lead from the front, whispered the Goblin Slayer. At the end of that tunnel, it turned again, but to the left this time, and they could all see a dim light in the distance. The dwarf said, "Looks to me we are coming upon a chamber of a sort." As they entered the spacious room, Goblin Slayer prepared himself and said, "Be alert. I am suspecting that this is where most of those that are left are waiting for us." When they entered, they all gaped at what they saw. It resembled a throne room more than anything else, and there was a throne at the end of the spacious stone room. There was a real stone throne, and a human man resided on it. The man was in what used to be considered finery, and he was around 20 years old. However, it was now in poor condition, shredded, and pale. "Welcome are you from the Empire." It was passed down from the beginning, generation to generation, that someday the Empire would come and I would be able to serve them. To be ready I have recruited, tamed and led these goblins, so that they may join the Imperial Army when it comes. As did my father and my father's father. The man replied with an enormous sadistic grin. Goblin Slayer asked, "Who are you?" And the man laughed briefly. "I am the last descendant of Sario Lindist, centenarian of the Empire. I am Tersho Lindist and my father appointed me with the rank of centenarian when he died. Now I ask again, are you from the Empire?" Tersho responded. Tersho gave her a stern look and grinned as the elf asked, "Are you the reason the goblins have halberds and swords? Are you the reason that they attacked the nearby village and took captives?" "Oh, a high elf." Tosrio then turned to face the other 2 girls. "Ah, 2 more human girls as well. Now these 3 would be perfect for my harem. The others were not suitable. Not even that spirited girl who claimed she was going to kill me, so I let my subjects have them." The elf pointed an arrow at Tersho as well. The elf asked sharply, "Where are they?" I'm prepared and eager to shoot an arrow directly into Tersho's forehead. Grinning, he glanced at a wooden door with a padlock on it to his right. Goblin Slayer put a restraining hand on the elf's hand as Tersho gleefully remarked, "In there. Because of some type of problem outside, my subjects have not had the opportunity to play with them yet. Mostly I had them punished for being insolent towards me, preventing her from releasing her arrow." Goblin Slayer said, "Wait. Why do the goblins even serve you?" And Tersho burst out laughing. Tersho stated, seemingly without a specific glance, "Because I am their lord. They serve me because my father's father brought some of their young here and raised them to be warriors of the Empire. To that end they raid the nearby villages for captives to increase their numbers. All the while I have began to look for ones to be placed within my harem, so that the Lindist line will continue. Now if these 3 are from the Empire, then they would make a fine addition to my harem. Especially the High Elf, for she would bear a child that would have the name Lindist live for a very long time. Though that one there, the one with the dark hair, She might give me a very exceptional son. I guess all three of them will have to do. Izuku cautiously approached Momo. 10% of one for all is now active, deciding whether the madman even attempted to approach her. He would rip apart the older man. Tersho scowled at Izuku as he said, "You are insane." Tersho then turned to face the chamber's entrance. "How dare you call me that? What is your rank? For I have been granted the rank of centenarian, and for a lower subordinate to call his superior insane. I should have you flogged." Tersho said. He commanded, "Guards, come in here and flog this boy." When none arrived, he called out to them more loudly, but they did not arrive either. "Shaman, come and punish this boy. He has insulted his superior." The elf said, "Can I end him now?" And Goblin Slayer took his hand away from hers and nodded. She pierced his right eye with an arrow. Tersho gripped the shaft and screamed. He fell to the stone floor after she sent another one into his chest. 7 goblins, who were barely grown adults, rushed out of a different door, and Goblin Slayer mercilessly killed them. 0. Releasing the prisoners and escorting them into the spacious room. In order to keep the girls from being naked, Momo and the elf located blankets. The goblins stripped the girls when they arrived, and Tersho refused to wait for the goblins. They were shackled and put in the locked room. The adventurer and the 9 girls were grateful to have been set free before any harm had come to them. Not like their predecessors, there was a pile of human bones in one corner of the cell. Goblin Slayer killed the baby goblins in the adjacent room. In the meantime, Izuku, the dwarf, and the lizard priest looked around the room and discovered some intriguing objects. Specifically, an old journal that none of them was able to read, because it was written in a language that none of them had ever seen. Izuku, who was still searching inside what must have been Tersho's bedroom, was troubled by the entire situation. Along with what would have been the room where the madman would have housed any of the girls in his harem, they had found it off to one side of the chamber behind a fictitious large rock. Fortunately, it was empty. Izuku discovered items in the man's bedroom that gave him the chills. Then came to the realization that Tersho had made up his claim to be an imperial citizen. He was actually lying about everything. He had been a descendant of Sario Lindist, a centenarian. He took off the pad and rubbed his fingers along the stone, noticing something strange about the sleeping pallet. The slab of flat rock was entirely surrounded by a grove. One for All boasted a little as he took out the slab and discovered something unexpected. A partially decayed corpse. He exhaled deeply, then returned to the door and looked out of the room. He called for Momo to come alongside him, and once she was inside, he closed the door. Momo gasped as he pointed to the desk that contained multiple items, and she asked, "What's wrong, Izuku?" He showed her the body and said, "Are those, whoa. But I thought Tersho claimed he was from that empire." Izuku said, "I think that is Tersho Lindist." Momo glanced back into the other room. Izuku pointed to the objects, including a wallet, as Momo questioned, "Then who was that?" There was an American driver's license inside. The image in the larger chamber was the dead man's spitting image. 10 years ago, it was issued and expired. Daniel Hamilton was the name of the man. So 10 or so years ago, this Hamilton came here. He killed the real Tersho Lindist and then, what took his identity and, began to boast that he was the descendant of Sario Lindist. All the while doing exactly what the real Tersho had done. It makes no sense. Why would he do that? Grabbing a few more things from the desk. From their world. Izuku questioned, "What worries me is if he is from our world, then what was his quirk?" Momo shrugged. Momo shook her head and responded, "Maybe he was like you. Maybe he was quirkless. Though if he was, how did he get here?" As far as they could tell, they had more questions than answers. They refused to let them in. Izuku then placed the slab back to conceal the real Tersho and placed the things he had discovered in Momo's backpack after doing some additional searching. They both joined the others and agreed not to share their findings with anyone. Not until they had a better understanding of some of what they had discovered. Momo and Izuku kept quiet about what they had discovered all the way home. Rather, they listened as the elf eventually succeeded in translating the discovered journal. It was written by one of the Lindist descendants and, as far as she could tell, was written around a century ago. Narrating the events of the past. Realizing that the weapons cache was occupied by more than just Sario Lindist. However, the cache was also home to 15 additional Imperial soldiers. From the pages, she raised her gaze. From what I can tell, all but Sario Lindist was wiped out by goblins that had found them. It seems that instead of living in the cave they built a couple of cottages. Sario was inside the cave and the goblins never discovered the cave or him. She continued to read and then inhaled violently. The elf nodded in response to the dwarf's question. Anything in there about how he continued his lineage? Yes, and I have to say that the family back to Sario Lindist is just plain sadistic. Sario kidnapped a young girl that was in the woods north of here, brought her back to the cave and forced her to bear his son. From that point on the sons did the same thing when they were of age. It appears that they never had daughters. The elf argued with pride that she had murdered Tersho Lindist. The family as a whole deserved worse than to die. Now she hoped they were all roasting in hell. Momo inquired, is there anything more? In the hopes that Hamilton would be mentioned. The elf gave a headshake. No, nothing recent. This is just a written history of the family. I think most of it comes from when the father told his son of the history of his family. I think one of them decided to write it down, along with some really disturbing facts. The elf concluded the book. I was tempted to burn it. Oh. Momo arranged the things they had discovered on the table once they were back in their cottage. A wallet, a pen with dried up ink, a small, dull folding knife made in Toledo, Ohio, and a rusted Zippo lighter without any flint. $26, a credit card, and multiple membership cards from discount stores were in the wallet. Izuku asked, is there a power registration card in there? And Momo took another look. They were both aware that obtaining a driver's license in the US required obtaining a power registration card as well. Their powers and quirks would be listed on that card. She shook her head and dug through the wallet for the third time. Momo put the wallet down and said, nope, no card. Maybe I was right and he was quirkless. They would not have had him get one if he did not have any powers. However, they were both aware that there was an alternative. When Hamilton arrived, he either destroyed his card or left it behind. How this man got here was their main concern. Naturally, there are then a ton of follow-up inquiries. Was he sent by someone, or did he come voluntarily? Even if he succeeded the real Tersho Lindist and assumed power, they questioned whether he had the quirk to come here and whether he would stay. Based on what they discovered during their search of the rooms and main chamber. Squealer was Hamilton's residence, not much better than if he had been homeless. Even though he was in charge of the goblins there, that life was still not worth living. They therefore thought he would have gone home right away if he could have. Why he did what he did was the final follow-up question they would have loved to know. It was illogical. They were aware that the entire Lindist line was, to put it simply, insane, but why would anyone want to murder Tersho, then claim to be descended from that line? Questions that, with the resources at their disposal, neither Momo nor Izuku could respond to. However, they questioned whether Hamilton would have responded to any of them if he had survived. The man from their world had lost all sense of reason. Izuku looked over the items again and shook his head, saying, well, I guess it is a dead end. He went to their cottage's small kitchen, set the pot on the hot plate, and switched it on. He said, I am having tea. Want a cup? And Momo gave him a nod. Yes, thank you. Momo scowled as she picked up each of the other pointless objects. Daniel Hamilton comes to mind. After more than a decade on this planet, he made the mistaken decision. She had to think that if the need arose, someone would have the common sense to avoid choosing that path. Rather, she questioned why he hadn't gone to a human settlement or at least stayed. Instead of living a crazy life that involves someone else's ancestry, led a normal life. She therefore stifled a hunch that Hamilton had gone insane. When he realized he was on a different planet, he went completely crazy. That might be the only reason. Grinning, she turned to face Izuku. If Izuku hadn't been here with her, she wondered if she would have gone insane. She nearly forgot what Izuku had done in the cave in the midst of all the chaos and after learning about Hamilton. When Hamilton had suggested that she might be the mother of his son. Izuku had moved ahead of her to keep her safe, and judging by his face, she could tell he was more than happy to stand up for her without hesitation. Izuku turned away from her as he prepared tea and said, Momo, may I ask you something personal? Momo's heart started to race in her chest, hoping it was something significant. Yes, what is it? She asked, not if she desired her tea with either milk or sugar. She was aware that she would likely throw something at him out of frustration. He steadied himself by inhaling and exhaling a few times. Momo gasped as Izuku stumbled, I am wondering, if, I can, kiss you. She gave him a big smile and got up to go to the hot plate with him. She turned him to face her and put her hands on his shoulders. He blushed when Momo said, of course you can kiss me, you can kiss me anytime you want. He leaned in her direction, cocked his head, and planted a kiss on her lips. He held her by slipping his arms around the small of her back. She wrapped her own arms around him and under his arms. He parted his lips and placed them next to her right ear. Izuku whispered in her ear, love you, Momo. I have fallen in love with you. Momo embraced him more tightly. Momo whispered back, ecstatic that he was finally moving forward, I love you too. However, she continued to believe that having sex was premature. But she had a feeling that he would be willing and ready when the time came. She was aware that she would also be prepared. He grinned when she whispered to him, water's boiling. Izuku responded, who cares? And then stepped forward to give her another kiss. Oh. Goblin Slayer was lying on his bed at his friend Uncle's farm, gazing up at the ceiling. He muttered, thinking that Kriti and Deku were concealing something from him and the others. When Kriti and Deku came out of that room, they started to act secretive. When they had gone back to the guild to apply for the reward, he had been tempted to ask them. However, they had already left before he could, stating that they would receive their share later and that the priestess should pick it up for them. He pondered what they would conceal from him and the others, asking himself, what was it they found in there? He decided that he was going to find out what it was tomorrow. Goblin Slayer walked alongside Cowgirl as she dragged the cart toward the city in the morning after donning his armor. His thoughts were still focused on determining what Momo and Izuku were concealing from him and the others. He was aware that the two would have informed him if goblins were involved. So something else had to be the cause. Something they may consider to be very important or personal. He entered the guild and checked to make sure there were no quests based on goblins. Naturally, the other 4 members of his party were also present. However, they weren't there to confront Momo and Izuku, they were there for breakfast. Goblin Slayer moved ahead of them as they entered. He demanded, what was in that room that you have not disclosed to me? Both of them took deep breaths and held them. Seeing them both get so nervous would be almost comical. He was looking for answers, though. Goblin Slayer shook his helmeted head as the elf from the table said, take it easy, Goblin Slayer. I am sure if it was important they would have told us back at the Goblin Cave. I want to know what it is, now. Goblin Slayer said, and Momo nodded. I am sure that they are keeping something secret about what they discovered. Momo pointed to the table where the others were already seated and said, you have that right. Sit, this might take a few minutes. Goblin Slayer sat with her and Izuku. She stopped and turned to face Izuku. Yes, we did find something in that room. Though it was not about goblins, but, she said. That man that says he was Tersho Lindist. No, his real name was Daniel Hamilton and he was from our world. He killed Tersho and took his place for some unknown reason. She allowed it to happen. The priestess shifted in her seat as Izuku said, we would have told you then, but we wanted to do some investigation and try to find out what we could from some of his possessions. All we can say is that we are sorry for not telling you sooner. Both of them nodded when the priestess asked sadly, you were hoping that you could find a way home. Right. Yes we were. That Hamilton might have left a clue on how he got here. Unfortunately from what we could tell from a lot of guessing. Though our theory about it makes sense. He probably was sent here the same way we were. He also was trapped here. We do not have any idea why he did kill Tersho. Izuku found his body. We just don't understand the reason why he decided to become Tersho Lindist or remain there at the cave. Momo clarified and similarly to the others it left more questions than answers. The elf removed the leather-bound book from her quiver and placed it on the table, saying, well, I can tell you that the journal doesn't contain squat. I read it all last night and it is mostly self-indulgent dribble. Oh by the way, Sario Lindist was no centenarian. He was a low-level soldier that took the rank off his dead commander after the goblins killed him and the others. She added and went on. Though, like most of those from the Tolbanar Empire, I have read from other histories that they believed that they were superior than any others. So he had the same mentality. The Goblin Slayer stood. As he turned to go, Goblin Slayer said, next time I expect you to share any information you find, especially if it is about goblins. He departed after saying, but I can understand why you decided not to tell me or them. The priestess grinned. They all laughed when the priestess said, I believe you are forgiven. She looked down at the table and said softly, as much as I hate to admit it, I am kind of glad you didn't find a way to leave us. The elf raised her glass of mist ale and said, here. You two are our friends, and for you to leave and never come back would sadden us all. In the toast, the priestess, dwarf, and lizard all raised their cups. Izuku and Momo both smiled, and they both raised theirs. Momo and Izuku both tapped their glasses against the others, saying, "We are glad as well. Here is to our friendship." They drank after that. Goblin Slayer and Cowgirl reconnected outside and made their way back to her uncle's farm in silence. He considered their remarks regarding the man who claimed to be someone he wasn't. He couldn't understand why anyone would do that either. He could only conclude that the man who was actually Hamilton was obviously insane. He muttered to himself, "Does that mean that Kriti and Deku will go insane?" Before he laughed softly, startling Cowgirl. No, they would have done so long ago. It was obvious that Hamilton was already insane, but he hoped he was correct because he didn't think anyone could stop them if they did. Momo, who was staying at the guild to eat and drink with their friends, had brought one of the items that Izuku had discovered with her so that she could examine it closely. She thought it odd that Hamilton had not used coal oil as fuel or replaced the flint, both of which were things that this world had and would work. "What's that thing?" the elf asked, gesturing to the tiny metal box that looked like silver and that Momo was inspecting while holding it out for their friends to see. "Oh, this, a Zippo lighter, that is. Among the things we discovered, or rather, Izuku discovered, in Hamilton's cave bedroom. Although it lacks flint and fuel, it is very similar to those lighters I have previously made." Momo handed it to the elf and explained, "So it won't work. Is there anything in your world?" Momo nodded in response to the priestess's query. "Yes, I'll show you how it works here." Momo took the lighter from the elf, flipped it open, and took out the inside. The cotton mesh inside was still usable, so she reached over to the oil lamp, uncorked the stopper, and then poured a few drops of oil into the cotton. She then took out one of the Bic lighters she had made a few weeks ago and disassembled it, putting the flint from it into the Zippo lighter. Just as she was about to replace the inner parts inside the Zippo lighter casing, she tipped it over, letting the small black object fall onto her hand. Izuku gasped and stared at it. "Hey, that looks like one of those vintage memory chips." Momo held up the quarter-inch chip and looked at it. Izuku asked, "I've seen one like that before in an old cell phone his mother had. It was at least twice the size of the chips used today." "It is. This is a memory card for a cell phone. Did you not discover a cell phone there?" "This is." Hamilton wrote his whole tale on this, and it seems he wrote it a week after he arrived, Momo said, and Izuku gave him a negative shake of his head. Momo smiled a little and made an older model cell phone, then placed the other memory chip in it before turning it on. The memory was full, and when she opened the notes section, she discovered a lengthy message written entirely in text. "About 4 months ago, 10 years ago," she muttered, "if I figure out the conversion between there and here right." Momo started reading after Izuku said, "Read it." The others all leaned in, utterly captivated. Daniel Hamilton's story. This was written in case something were to happen to me. My name is Daniel Hamilton, and I'm from Detroit, Michigan. The message read, "I think I met someone 5 years ago when I was in Japan dropping off the Yakuza's share of the money from the heroin profits. That I hope someone someday would know who I am and what brought me to this world." Ozaki Tashiniaki was the man's name. I owed a significant amount of money to some of my Detroit-based coworkers at the time, who I lost a lot of money to after placing some poor bets with. I chose to become friends with him after he told me about his quirk, which enabled him to open gateways to other worlds. I thought I could think of a way to make a lot of money. I shared my idea with him. There were riches in the other world. Jewels, silver, and gold. I assured him that everything would be easy. He would open a portal, and we would then collect some loot, return it to our world and make money. He initially appeared to approve of the concept, because he had to beg for handouts because he was homeless. I had no idea how insane he was, and I never would have proposed joining forces with him. After taking a sip, Momo proceeded to the following section. Arriving at a medium-sized village in the other world, we went into a store, and after I fired my gun 3 times at the man, we took all of his coins. Then we were returned by Tashiniaki. We had never done this before, and it was more for practice than for us to get a good haul. However, everything went smoothly. The coins had little value, and we ended up with roughly 10,000 euros after cashing in the meager quantity of gold and silver. So we started preparing for our next raid. Everything went haywire at that point. He took us outside a sizable city that was encircled by water. He lost his temper and started screaming that I was going to kill him for no apparent reason. That nut job left me stranded there and returned to our world before I could say anything. Before that madman returned and apologized, I had to wait for roughly half of the day. So we went home instead of committing another heist. I would have split at that point if I had known how insane that SOB Tashinayaki was. Momo took another drink. Thus, Tashinayaki has already done what he did to us. Izuku took a deep breath and said, coming to this world. Is there more? Momo gave a nod and went on to read the following section. We prepared to leave again 2 days later. Since I still owed a lot of money, Tashinayaki assured me that he was fine. I chose to have faith in him. I made a huge mistake on that one, man. I was shoved through a portal by a fucking crazy bastard. Gloating that he was going to leave me there forever in the meantime. I begged the jerk, but all he did was laugh and close the portal in my face. I should have shot him, I knew. However, I paused. He had abandoned me directly in front of a fool who was surrounded by a number of green creatures. I killed roughly half of the small, unsightly creatures after unleashing my 9 on them. After that, I made the guy tell me everything, but it took some convincing. He tried to lie to me but was shot in the leg. He told me everything, and I shot him in the eyes to end his life. The remaining green creatures started to worship me because I thought it was hilarious. I went along with it. He called me Tersho Lindist and told me that they were called goblins. Later, I found out that one of the things could actually speak a few words. I rolled with them, so they called me Tersho. He had already done it. Tashinayaki had already done it. Momo was shocked to hear that he had previously left someone here. She then glanced at the final section of the story, which she thought was the last of it. My phone's battery is nearly dead. Tashinayaki hasn't returned to pick me up in nearly 6 months. I can't take this any longer. I can't stand the creatures. It is pitiful how foolish little fools can be. Even the intelligent person who could speak a little is as stupid as they come. Their only advantage is their brutality and skill at raiding neighboring villages. They hit a village yesterday and returned with some girls. 2 of them. Since I hadn't had any in a long time, they let me enjoy myself with them first. So, one by one, I led them to my room and enjoyed myself. After the goblins dragged the 2 into a side cave and chained the girls up, I didn't mind, where they enjoyed themselves. However, the girls yelling annoyed me. They killed themselves an hour or so later, which I kind of liked. I will therefore have to send out the gobs for additional girls. Tomorrow I am. Momo paused and let out a quiet sigh. That's it. Momo put the cell phone she had made on the table and remarked, it probably died before he could type in any more. I'm overjoyed to have killed him. He deserved worse, though, the enraged elf said, feeling a little let down that she was unable to murder him once more brutally this time. How is it possible for someone to be so spiteful? Are there others like that in your world, or is it a common occurrence among those there? The priestess inquired, turning to face Momo and Izuku. With concern, she inquired. No, there aren't. Even so, there aren't many people who are just like him. I think that there are a lot of good and moral people in the world overall. Momo reassured them, saying, the best of them are called heroes. The priestess took a deep breath and prayed to the Earth Mother in silence. 0. Izuku took the rest of the items they found and threw them into the fireplace. Then he took the Zippo and, after accessing 5% of One for All, crushed it into a small ball, opened the door, and threw it as far away as he could. Well, if we were hoping that he was brought here by another way, Momo said, dropping the memory chip that Hamilton had written his story onto the floor and crushing it with her right-booted foot. Then we now know he wasn't, Izuku said as he shut the door and walked over behind Momo. She was standing with her back to him, and he could tell she was upset, so he decided to be brave for once. He tentatively put his hands around her waist and partially pressed himself against her, which surprised her at first, but after a few seconds she smiled and leaned back against him, clasping his hand in hers. Since she was about 5 inches taller than him, he placed the right side of his face against her back, but she did not mind at all. After a few minutes he was ready to release her, but she tightened her hold on his hands. No, hold me tight, Izuku. Momo closed her eyes and whispered, I like it. She didn't want him to ever leave her, but she had an impulse, or rather, an idea, to ask if they could move this to the bed so you could hold me all night. He tensed up a little when she asked. Izuku said, okay. His voice squeaked and he trembled a little from nervousness. Momo led him to the bed and they lay down, kicking and removing their boots with their own feet in a little effort before she briefly released her hold on his right hand to pull the blankets over them. Momo told him, "Oh, by the way, Izuku, this is called spooning." She closed her eyes, and he gasped aloud because he realized what they were doing. After a few moments, she laughed softly and whispered, "Feels like something is poking my butt." His whole body tensed when he realized what was poking her. Izuku tried desperately to control his hormones enough to get it to decrease, and she giggled as he rasped out, "I am so sorry." "Everything is fine." Momo decided to drop a real bomb on him, hoping he was at least prepared to hear it, and said, "I am glad that you find me attractive enough that what is poking me is poking me. I think really soon, Izuku. Both of us will be prepared for sexual activity. But for the time being, I want you to do something else that I think you're ready for," she said, placing her right hand over his right, then moving his hand up to her chest and placing it on her right boob, holding it there until he tried to pull it away. "No, Izuku, I want you to touch me there," she said. Her right hand pushed his hand under her bra and against her right breast, forcing him to touch her nipple with his palm. It instantly perked up from his touch, and she could tell he was holding his breath. "Tell me something, Izuku, do you like touching my breast?" she said, releasing his left hand and moving her shirt upwards with her left. She questioned him. She had to restrain herself from asking Izuku if they could have sex right then and there because she knew he was not ready and that if she pressed the issue, she would likely have to start over from the beginning. "Yes," Izuku moaned, and Momo smiled, focusing on the tingling sensations she felt as he touched her bare breast. It felt incredibly good, therefore, she had to be patient until he was ready, and she looked forward to the moment when they could be closer. 0. When Izuku and Momo left, the priestess, the elf, the dwarf, and the lizard priest stayed behind, debating whether or not to tell the goblin slayer what they had heard. It was thought that he was worried that a human might somehow take control of goblins, even though they had already experienced this when an ogre had essentially done the same thing. "We will need to construct a report to be filed with the guild," they said. The elf looked at her friends and said, "They must realize what we have discovered." They all nodded in agreement. "Yes, it disturbs me. Based on what we have seen and heard from Goblin Slayer. When a paladin or a goblin lord commands a group of those vile creatures." Looking back to the farm, where a goblin lord had gathered over 100 goblins, hobgoblins, and 2 champions, the dwarf remarked, "They can be quite dangerous. It had been a difficult battle against them all. They might pose a greater threat than that. What would have happened if they had been led by a strategic or tactical fool?" The priestess shuddered at the thought, but thought mostly about how completely insane a human from where Momo and Izuku had come from was, and how this Hamilton had lost his mind and his morals. It could result in a complete and utter disaster, the elf said, considering how many innocents would perish before the goblins were stopped. "Do any of you think that Kriti and Deku might eventually go insane like that other person from their world did?" All 3 of them gave her a look before laughing when the priestess asked, not sure if she truly wanted to know. The dwarf picked up his goblet and drank half of it, saying, "No, not at all." "Why, what?" inquired the priestess. "Based on what we've heard about that other, I think. Hamilton, that one, he lacked morals, no manners. We all know that Deku and Kriti are decent, honorable, and they care a lot about us," the elf said, grinning at the priestess, but he was actually not sane. "Because they are very important to us. They are our friends in addition to being our comrades. Are you really of the opinion that they could be as evil as Hamilton?" The priestess shook her head when she asked. "No, I don't." The priestess leaned heavily against her friend as the elf gave her a sideways hug, saying, "I was just worried perhaps they could." The elf grinned broadly and remarked, "What I am more concerned about is that someday in the future, Kriti might not be able to go on quests with us. What would prevent her from participating in quests?" The priestess's 3 companions laughed as she asked. "Consider it, my youthful friend." The priestess blushed as she realized what the elf was saying. They are married and eventually they will want to. A baby will keep her at home. Perhaps it would be a good idea to go on a Just Us Girls quest. With a slight smile, she proposed, "Before that time comes." She stood up and went to the quest board to look for something that would be enjoyable but also reasonably simple. The morning, rising early, it took Izuku some extreme effort to unwrap himself from Momo. He valiantly tried not to awaken her. He paled when he realized that his right hand had been on her breasts all night long. He did find it pleasantly nice though. Back at Ua, Minoru Mineta and Denki Kaminari constantly ogled her and several times tried to see her naked. Then he had overheard some upperclassmen that made some comments about how incredibly attractive she was. That she was one of the prettiest and sexiest girl at UA. Her fan base grew when she had been in that commercial with Uabami. Easing finally off the bed, he made sure she was covered and then he went to change his clothes. Glancing back at her, she was still asleep with a small content smile on her face. He inhaled sharply. He could not believe that he was actually, by this world's law, married to her. That he slept next to her ever since they had arrived on this world, and what really perplexed him was that she had kissed him. Along with that, he kissed her as she wanted him to. Now, to add to his confusion, she wanted a more physical relationship with him. Stepping out into the cold morning air, he walked over to where he would get back into his regime. He had slacked off enough, he needed to train and get stronger. Momo sat up inside. She had woken up as soon as Izuku had taken his shirt off of her, but she acted like she was sleeping so that he wouldn't become upset. Back at UA, she and her friends had watched him train multiple times, and on a few of those occasions, they sat at the window and watched him train shirtless. Toru, Mina, and even Kyoka had sat there admiring how fit he was, and she had to admit to herself that she did as well, spending the time staring with utter fascination at his trim-muscled body. She pulled one of the blankets around her and went to the window, where she watched him for a few minutes as he hefted a log and started to lift and lower it above him. Of course, he had taken off his shirt, and she found herself staring at him again with gratitude. With a faint smile, she whispered, "I definitely like it." She was enjoying the show so much that she nearly leapt 2 feet in the air when someone knocked on the door. She went to the door and opened it to see the priestess and the elf grinning broadly at her. "Put on some clothes." Momo grinned as the elf declared, "We are embarking on a Just Us Girls quest." 0. The quest was not much more than the 3 of them going as guards for a merchant caravan that was heading to the city to the south. Not that it needed adventurers or even guards, since the cargo consisted of bags of wheat grain. But the merchant that owned the 5 wagons and all of the grain feared bandits, so he put in for a quest to have adventurers protect him and his cargo. 2 days to the other city and then 2 days back. So for 4 days the 3 girls would be gone. At first, when Momo heard how long she would be away, she felt a little concerned about Izuku. Not that she worried that he could not take care of himself. No, what she was concerned about was the number of other girls that doted upon him. With her gone, those girls might believe that this was a perfect opportunity to make their moves upon him. So before she and the others actually left, she asked the dwarf and the lizard priest to keep an eye on him and keep him out of trouble. Perhaps take him out the farm where she only had to worry about cowgirl. Where in town she would have to worry about a dozen or so girls making advances towards him. On their way in back of the last wagon and lounging on some heavy large grain bags. The 3 chatted and looked forward to the trip. Though Momo knew she was going to miss Izuku a lot. Observing from the outskirts of the city, Izuku experienced a sudden sense of isolation. He and Momo had spent nearly every moment together since arriving, so when she left, he felt as though something was missing. He sighed deeply and turned to see the dwarf and lizard priest standing directly behind him. "Come, lad, we are about to go on our own quest. However, there isn't much travel or potential danger in this one," the dwarf remarked, grinning. "Okay," Izuku said sheepishly, "so, what are you thinking of?" The lizard priest's tail was swishing back and forth with anticipation as he inquired slightly worriedly about what the 2 had in mind, though he had a suspicion it had something to do with eating and drinking, which he had discovered was the dwarf's main source of motivation in life. "We approach the farm." The lizard priest became somewhat ecstatic, saying, "Sir Goblin Slayer has sent word that he is going to make ice cream." With a gleeful exclamation, he said, "Let us be off, shall we?" He nearly led the way to the farm. He is, indeed. As he and Izuku struggled to keep up with the lizard priest, who was moving more quickly than usual, the dwarf explained, "Scaly here has a soft spot for cheese and for ice cream." Around halfway through, Izuku quietly laughed, "What do you find amusing, Deku?" "Well, I kind of think Kriti wanted you 2 to keep me busy and maybe away from the city as much as possible." Izuku said, "Maybe away from some specific people within the city," and the dwarf chuckled. "What makes you believe that?" Izuku shook his head in response to the dwarf's question. "This is too clear. I thought you would want to eat and drink at the guild or some other place, at most." The dwarf and lizard priest both laughed when Izuku said, "Instead, we are going to a farm that is outside the city and away from those certain people, female people." It's accurate. Kriti suggested that without her present, you might start to feel lonely. However, she wanted to clarify that you don't spend a lot of time at the guild or any of the taverns. The dwarf found it amusing and fascinating that different races, males and females interacted, especially when it came to how some males would show interest in Kriti, the priestess, and strangely, the flat-chested elf, while other females would do the same with Deku. Dwarfian relationships weren't as complicated or strange as what he had seen, among other things, so he found the whole situation amusing and fascinating. They continued walking until they arrived at the farm, where Goblin Slayer was hard at work making ice cream, with Cowgirl and her uncle standing nearby waiting for him to finish. Momo sat on the edge of her cushioned seat, barely able to control herself, gazing out of the front of the wagon that was taking the priestess, elf, and herself back to their homes. Yes, they all enjoyed accompanying the merchant and his wagons on the quest. However, after the first day, she realized how much she missed Izuku. Because she didn't have him by her side or in her arms, she hardly slept at night. The elf said, "Someone is anxious." And Momo turned to face her. Momo replied to the elf, "Can't help it. I really missed him." Then, as they got closer to the city, they watched impatiently as it grew bigger in front of them. She had to resist the urge to run to her and Izuku's house and jump out of the back of the wagon. But she stayed because she had a feeling he would be waiting for her at the guild. With a giddy air, the priestess remarked, "We got back just in time. Tomorrow is the winter solstice celebration." Ever since the snow started to fall, she had been anticipating the solstice. It was regarded as a period of fresh starts and, of course, reflection on the previous year. Additionally, it was the only time of year that members of her order had the option to leave the order if they so chose. She had witnessed some of the more senior members doing that, essentially desiring a typical life with a spouse, a house, and a family. She was tempted to leave the order for only 2 reasons, but she had to confess to herself that she thought about doing that as well. One was married, and the other was too preoccupied with killing goblins. That was it. The priestess blushed as the elf asked with a slight smile, "Something or perhaps someone on your mind? Tomorrow is when you can leave the order if you so desire, right?" She shook her head. The priestess hoped her friend would catch her lying when she said, "Just thinking about one of my fellow priestesses. She is 17 and she has been interested in a woodcutter for the past year." Even though it was only a partial lie, she was not very good at lying. She was aware of an older priestess who had been secretly interested in a young man who worked as a woodcutter in a small southeast village since last year. As the wagon approached the guild after entering the city, Momo, who was only partially paying attention, noticed Izuku waiting outside. She leapt onto him after running out of the wagon's back. She gave him a tight hug after he caught her. Momo whispered in his right ear, "You have no idea how much I missed you." He gave her a hug in return, blushing and grinning. She parted her lips slightly and fixed her intense gaze on his green eyes. He blushed even more when she asked, "So did you behave yourself while I was gone?" It made her laugh. Izuku hurriedly said, "I missed you too. I spent most of my time at the farm and then at the cottage, alone." Momo burst out laughing once more. He was so concerned that she might actually believe he would do something when she left on the 4-day quest, which he found amusing. That he explained his actions to her. She wagered that he would provide a thorough accounting in every detail if she asked. Both the lizard priest and the dwarf nodded when she turned to face them, reassuring her that Izuku had fulfilled his promise. She led him back to their cottage after reaching down and taking his right hand in her left. She really wanted to kiss him before turning in for the night. She truly wanted to cuddle with him and get some good sleep because she hadn't slept much in the previous 4 days. With no plans to embark on any quests, the two got up in the morning and changed into their regular clothes. In order to go on a quest if they so desired, they would typically arrive at the guild wearing their Kevlar armor and both of them carrying a backpack. Either with the others if it had to do with goblins, or if they thought it was interesting, without goblins. However, since it was the winter solstice today, it was time to celebrate. They had breakfast at the guild after being greeted by their friends. Accompanied by a mug of ale, Izuku was warned by Momo not to drink too much. She has occasionally had sake since she was 11, but he was not what one would describe as a heavy drinker. Thus, she was hardly affected by some weekly fortified ale. The celebration then moved to the main plaza in the center of the city, where it was being held by the rest of the city, where they served maple beer and brandy wine in addition to ale. A variety of meats, Cheeses, breads, and glazed sugar fruit were also available. Izuku turned to face the others and asked, "So is Goblin Slayer coming?" The elf pointed to the big hill that overlooked the city and everything around it and said, "Yeah, right." She and the others laughed when she said, "I will give odds that he is sitting up there, watching for any goblins to come." As soon as the music started, Momo took Izuku's hand. Momo said, "Come, you are dancing with me." She nearly pulled him onto the prepared planked wooden dance floor. Momo threw her arms over Izuku's shoulders, and other couples were already present. The two swayed back and forth to the music as he wrapped his arms around her lower back. 3 songs later, the elf gave the priestess a gentle elbow, who had been observing the dance between the two. The elf tried to encourage her much younger friend by saying, "Go on. I am sure Kriti will let you dance with Deku if you want to. You are about the only one she would trust." The blonde girl blushed and lowered her gaze anxiously to the floor. She did not approach Momo to request permission to dance with Izuku. The elf made the decision to step in. Momo turned to face her as she yelled, "Hey Kriti." Momo laughed softly and ushered her and Izuku over to them, still on the dance floor, saying, "Priestess here would like to dance with your husband, if that is all right." She caught the priestess by the right wrist and drew her to him, releasing him. Momo told him to dance with her a couple of times. Izuku swallowed uneasily and wrapped his arms and hands around the blonde girl's lower back while she placed her hands tentatively on his shoulders. As they danced, they both had a deep red flush. Momo then took Izuku back after letting the other girl dance with him 4 times. Primarily because of how many other girls she had seen lusting after him. Some even started to approach him in a subtle way, and she had a sneaking suspicion that they were going to ask if they could dance with him. She was not going to let that happen. She then courteously interrupted, kissing Izuku as passionately as she could to make it obvious that he was hers, then sat down at the table with their friends. The elf was giggling uncontrollably. Izuku's face had turned red, and the elf, who was still laughing, said, "Staking a claim on your property, huh?" He was not used to showing affection in public. Momo grinned. The others started to laugh when Momo said, "Yep. Got to show those other girls that he is mine." Izuku felt his heart thumping violently in his chest. He couldn't understand why she wanted to be with him and clung to him. She even got married to him. "What's wrong?" she inquired, observing a slight shift in his face. She was able to recognize the shifts in his expression that led to his mood swings. Momo shook her head, and Izuku answered, "Oh, just thinking." Momo stood and pulled gently at him, saying, "No, it is more than just that." As she escorted Izuku away from the festivities and toward an area with fewer celebrants, she told their friends, "We are going to have a little private time, we will be right back." She stopped there, still holding his hand, and turned to face him. She said, "Okay, what's wrong, and don't give me that it is nothing." Izuku swallowed hard and looked down at the floor. "I am still completely confused on why you want to be with me. The only possible reason would be that we are both from the same world. Other than that, there is no logical reason why," Izuku said as Momo sighed. Momo moved closer until she was just inches away from touching his nose. "That is not the reason, Izuku. I want to be with you. Sure, we are from the same world, so what? That does not even matter, does it?" she said. He shook his head and asked, "Well, does it?" "No, not really," Izuku answered, reflecting on the numerous people who had attempted to date her. Momo could easily be with all of those people. The majority were more attractive and more suitable for her. Momo blushed and reached up, her left hand gently caressing his face. "Exactly. I want to be with you because, well, when we first met back at UA, I came to respect your dedication. That respect turned to admiration, and then later I sort of come to really like you a lot, and I hope you feel the same about me. You did a few days ago tell me that you loved me, so do you or not?" He replied with a nod. Izuku whispered, "Yes, I love you." Momo cocked her head and gave him a quick kiss. Momo looked in the direction of their house and said, "Good, because I love you too. Now we can either go back and rejoin our friends or ... She was embarrassed, but she didn't know why. "Or we can go back to the cottage and perhaps we could, you know, we are married, so we could," she said. She had expressed without emotion that she thought they would have sex soon. He even felt her up during a session that she started. However, she was no longer able to say it directly. Not without complete embarrassment. Knowing exactly what she was implying, she saw how pale he had turned. Once more, She caressed his cheek. He closed his eyes and nodded when she whispered, "I want to Izuku. I really want to." She only needed that consent. Turning and pulling away, she led him swiftly to their cottage after leaving the city. He was rushing before he could decide otherwise. At the table again. The priestess blushed a little and said, "I don't think they are coming back." The elf laughed. The dwarf was, of course, up to another round when the elf said, "Nope, they won't be back anytime soon." So who's up to another round? After 3 days, Momo let out a deep, contented sigh and gripped her husband Izuku's sleeping form, which was who he was now. He was her husband for more reasons than just the marriage ceremony and the fact that this world's common law recognized them as husband and wife. No, she was aware that he was now her husband since they had developed a strong bond. They couldn't be separated by anything on this world or in theirs. However, she had a suspicion that her father would murder Izuku if they were ever able to go back home. In contrast, her mother would accept castration alone. She gave him a sweet, loving look before grinning. She said, almost inaudibly, "How is this even possible?" She didn't really care. All she knew was that she loved him and intended to be with him forever. "How is it possible that I now love you more than I did before? Did having sex cause this or just solidify what I feel?" she asked. It is very difficult to even want to get out of bed when you wake up to find a nude girl sprawled nearly entirely on top of you. Izuku had to deal with that as he felt Momo's arms gently encircling his neck and nearly her entire body resting on top of him. Even though he didn't want to get up, she would not allow him to, which didn't bother him in the least. He was therefore a complex web of conflicts. He didn't really want to get up, but he wanted to get up so he could go train. Staring at his now married wife, Momo Yaoyorozu, in her still slumbering form. He was overcome with euphoria. Then he had an idea, and he was a little scared and guilty. "Oh Faberbiscuit, my mom is going to flip out and probably have a meltdown," he was whispering. Momo looked up a little when the door was knocked on. She yelled, "Go away." At the door and the person making the knock, she noticed that Izuku had either woken up or had been awake as well. She gave a headshake. The person who knocked must have known what was going on inside because she told him sharply, "Don't even think about getting up yet. We are not leaving this bed until I say so." They left without knocking once more. Since they had left early during the festival and had not returned, the priestess and the elf had come outside to see how they were doing. However, the elf had warned her younger friend that they probably wouldn't see them for another day or two. If they were acting in the manner she believed they were. As soon as they heard Momo yell for them to leave, they turned and began to leave. The elf watched as her friend turned a deep shade of red and said, wiggling her ears, "All I can say it is about time they... Quote. She decided she needed to clarify something from yesterday as they were walking. Last night, she had hazy memories of something, and since it was just the two of them and no one else was around, it would be ideal to see if what she did remember was accurate. Last night. Tell me something, that girl that got up on the table and started to do a striptease, that was." Her companion gave a broad grin. As she watched her elf friend turn even more red than she had, the priestess laughed briefly and said, "You. Don't worry, I stopped you before you pulled off anything too revealing." Elf muttered, "I knew I drank too much." She was still blushing from the vague recollection of getting up on the table and starting to undress. "Thanks my friend for not letting me make a complete ass out of myself." If her friend hadn't stopped her, it would have been the height of degrading. The priestess smiled and said, "I always thought high elves were more dignified than that." Her friend blushed even more and twitched her ears. The elf silently vowed to abstain from drinking for a while, if at all. "Well, we generally try to be. That will teach me to let that dwarf goad me into a drinking contest again." As they got closer to the city's edge, they both made the decision to head back to their apartment. They were still feeling the effects of last night and yesterday. They had actually gone to see how Momo was doing in order to request that she make them some aspirin. When the elf had a headache the last time, the young woman had given her 2 of the enigmatic pills, and the pain had disappeared an hour later. She hoped it would affect hangovers in the same way. However, without the medication, the 2 of them would now have to settle for simply napping in the hopes that the headache would subside. Home world. More than 5 months. Inko Midoriya filled her guests' teacups with tea. She was being visited by 4 of her son's classmates. However, these 4 weren't the same ones that arrived the previous week. They were Kyoka Jiro, Fumikare Tokoyama, Mina Ishido, and Mezzo Shoji. There were just 3 of them that she had never met before last week. Along with Eijiro Kirishima, Tenyi Iida, and Ochako Uraraka, Katsuki Bakugo had arrived. Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Asui, Toru Hagakuri, and Shoto Todoroki came before that. They came, and she didn't mind. Because she had not really known her son, they would tell her stories about him. However, prior to that, Katsuki had visited her nearly every week to see how she was doing. To confirm that she was eating and sleeping, he did request, rather firmly, that no one else know that he had been doing that for the previous 4 months. Asserting that the others would believe he was weak if they learned. Thus, she vowed to keep quiet. She requested a private conversation with the 2 girls at one point during the visit. Last week, she was informed by the person named Toru Hagakuri that Momo Yaoyorozu was closest to Kyoka Jiro and Mina Ashido. She doubted that the girl who was with her son's mother would be aware of some personal questions she wanted to ask. When she was by herself, she faced the 2 girls. The 2 girls told her everything they knew about their friend. What type of girl is Momo Yaoyorozu? Does she like my son? Should I be worried that they might, when they come back, would they be close? She asked. Then Kyoka Jiro fidgeted with her right jackalobe at that point. Anxiously, she twisted it around her index finger. Looking at Mina, Kyoka said, well, as to her liking Midoriya. Mina shrugged. There has been a couple of times that she mentioned to us that she, sort of liked him. Before deciding to just say it, Mina hurriedly added, she really respected and admired him a lot. As did all of us. Before Momo and Izuku vanished, she had been attempting to get their friend to pursue Kyoka for weeks. The pink girl saw Kyoka twisting her earjack in frustration and said, I guess it would be alright to tell you that she does have a crush on him. So as to be worried. I really do not know how to answer that. Oh come on Kyoka, you and I know that by now Momo probably is with him. We both know if we were in the same situation and was whisked away with him. It would be the same for either one of us. Inko gave her a strange look. Inko really didn't want to hear that. Mina sometimes is a little too. Okay, she is a complete weirdo. But what she said was true in a way. From what I know and have heard, all of us girls in his class, sort of have a crush on him. Mina objected, and Inko laughed, hey, I am not a weirdo. I am spunky and cheerful. So all of you liked my son. I actually find comfort in that. I also find comfort in that he had or has so many friends. Before going to UA, he really did not have any friends. He would tell me why, but I think it had to do with that he had been diagnosed quirkless. No one knew that he was just a late bloomer. Inko continued. Kyoka swiftly echoed Mina's statement, I wish I had known that sooner. That he did not have any friends before coming to UA. For starters, I would have made sure to be his friend right from the start. Inko grinned as she told his mother, now I would not worry too much about Momo. She is a really nice and wonderful person. The 2 younger girls laughed as Inko said, I am just hoping that when they come back they have not made me a grandmother. I am far too young to be one of those yet. The guild. When they arrived on the 2nd day following the Winter Solstice Festival, Izuku went to check the quest board while Momo went to their friends. He was searching for any kind of quest that he and his wife could manage, unlike Goblin Slayer. Either by themselves or with the others, if they so desired. He checked the quests, ignoring the ones that required him to kill the enormous rats and bugs by going into the sewers. For starters, those were completely repulsive. However, the majority of the other quests today didn't appeal to him, so he went to join Momo in conversation with the priestess and the elf. Izuku shook his head in response to Momo's question, anything there? Nope. Izuku took a seat beside her, and Momo instantly leaned in and clasped his left hand in her right. He asked them, so what are the rest of you going to do today? And the dwarf lifted his mug and held it high. Perhaps today would be a good day to check in with Sir Goblin Slayer at the farm. The last time I saw him, he's something about rechecking the surrounding woods for any signs of goblins. The lizard priest made the suggestion. The dwarf scowled at her as the elf said, sure, why not? It would be better than sitting around and watching Barrel Belly there eat and drink himself into a stupor. The elf laughed loudly as the dwarf retorted, you are just jealous long ears that I can hold my booze, while you got so intoxicated you tried to do a striptease. The elf said, like anyone would want to see you strip. And got up. The dwarf laughed when she said, shall we go? For I am more than willing to remain to pass the time waiting for him to think of a good comeback, standing as well. As the two left the guild hall, they were all on their feet. They discovered that Goblin Slayer had departed earlier that morning to inspect the woods to the west after arriving at the farm in less than 30 minutes. Thus, the elf led the way, trailing behind him, and they only stopped at a moderately sized opening. The priestess told them, "This is where Goblin Slayer and I faced the Goblin Lord." She paused right where she had used 2 of her protective spells to encase the goblin, enclosing him. "Here is also where I almost allowed myself to have pity on him. I almost listened to his pleas and was about to have mercy on him. I was tempted to release him." She turned her head away from him, then exhaled a trembling breath. The elf put a comforting left hand on her right shoulder and said, "Then I remembered what the goblins had done to my first party and then what they did to us at Watertown. I lost all pity for him and did not even protest when Goblin Slayer killed him." Reflecting on her first quest with Goblin Slayer, the elf told her, "Any of us would feel the same as you did. From what we have all faced with dealing with goblins, they do not deserve pity or mercy. If they showed pity and mercy, then only then would they be granted both." Where they discovered the poor elf woman who had been repeatedly raped and tortured by the goblins, that the goblins should be exterminated because they were genuinely evil. The priestess took another moment to gather herself before they proceeded to find Goblin Slayer. Momo stood in front of the window and watched Izuku leave to join the others on a quest. As she stayed at home, she had to take a break from going on quests for at least another 6 to 7 months after the Winter Solstice Festival, which had already lasted 3 months. She let out a sigh and waved again, and he waved back before continuing. After he was finally out of sight, she went back to the table and began creating different things that she would bring to the store to sell at the end of the day. She initially held him responsible for her illness before realizing that they were both to blame. As she manufactured more than 24 Bic lighters, she muttered, "One time we don't take precautions and we have an accident." Putting them in the box containing the smoke grenades and flash bombs. It was going to sell as fast as the last batch she brought to the store 3 days prior. There were clear reasons why she had to do this. They required the additional revenue. Her and Izuku's friends wanted to keep giving her her share of quests, but she refused, saying she didn't deserve any of the rewards if she didn't go on them. She made the decision to produce items that she knew would be in high demand. Not particularly hazardous, but the majority of the local adventurers were unable to obtain enough smoke grenades or flash bombs. She stood up and went to get something to eat after a few more moments. She then saw that Izuku had left the single bag she had prepared for him behind, which included gas grenades, flash bombs, and even tear gas grenades. She frowned and promised to discipline him later. Momo brushed her teeth the following morning, having spent the previous 15 minutes feeling sick in a basin. She had just finished getting dressed when she heard a knock on the door and opened it to see it was Cowgirl. Momo allowed the other girl to enter after she said, "Deku asked me to come by once in a while to check on you." Momo pointed to the boiling pot on the hot plate and Cowgirl nodded. "That is what I figured he'd do. Though I was actually expecting someone else, not that I also expected that he would ask you to check in on me. But another one should be around any minute now." Momo said. Another knock on the door interrupted her as she was filling 3 cups with hot water. She asked Cowgirl, "Do you mind letting Guild Girl in?" And she opened the door to let her know who Momo had mentioned would be arriving. Traveling. Goblin Slayer looked around the back of the wagon as the elf asked, "Don't you think it is about time to tell us where we are going?" Approaching the others, to avoid being overheard by the driver, he leaned closer. Goblin Slayer said, "Watertown." He then turned to face the driver, who was occupied with operating the wagon. "The Sword Maiden sent a letter to me. In it she told me that she had discovered another group of goblins had moved back into the catacombs under the city." The priestess uttered the words, "Oh no, not again. I'm not particularly excited about running into goblins under Watertown again." The goblin champion had nearly killed her by biting off her arm. However, as an adventurer, that was a risk of the job. The fact that Goblin Slayer had spotted her nude worried her more. Goblin Slayer nodded as the elf questioned, "I wonder what they are doing there. I mean, with that swamp dragon in there, wouldn't they avoid the catacombs?" Goblin Slayer took out the map he had saved from their previous visit and said, "That is what is troubling me. Even though they are stupid, they are not that stupid to want to be where it is that dangerous." He indicated a location on the map and said, "From what the letter said, a party of adventurers were confronted here. Just off where we left that mirror." The lizard priest asked, "Do you think that they are after that mirror?" And Goblin Slayer gave another nod. Izuku was drawn to the priestess's statement. It makes sense. It is an ancient transportation artifact. Izuku began to wonder if it might be able to take him and Momo home. Transportation. How does it work and where does it transport to? He asked. The priestess put her left hand on Izuku's shoulder as the dwarf answered, how it works, is unknown, my friend. Where? We observed that it was connected to a goblin village. Though none of us know where. I doubt that it would work to send you or Kriti home if that is what you are thinking. From what I read about similar artifacts, there has to be another mirror for it to connect to. Izuku sank to the ground. Another hope was shattered. He and Momo had hoped that someone from their world would force the man who had sent them here to return ever since they arrived. At 6 months, that hope was dashed. Then they hoped that one of these magic users would be able to accomplish it. Unfortunately, that one was also ruined because none of the magicians they spoke to knew of a spell that could accomplish that. They both made the decision to find a way home, but they were also accepting that they might spend the rest of their lives here. The life of their first child, too. He laughed at that thought. The elf turned to face her and grinned widely as he asked, what do you find amusing, Deku? Izuku responded, laughing along with the others, that me and Kriti are going to be parents. I am just sort of giddy with the idea that me and Kriti are going to be parents. Goblin Slayer, that is. Before noticing the glares he was receiving from the priestess and the elf, Goblin Slayer remarked, I wish you two would have waited until the goblins were all dead. We could have used Kriti on this quest. Izuku recalled when Momo came back from the outhouse with a pregnancy test and said, it was not on purpose. We had an accident. She made one and went to make sure she wasn't pregnant because she had been feeling ill every morning for 3 days. She was expecting, which first shocked her and then delighted them both. He gave a little laugh as the others gave him strange looks. Maybe it might be best if me and Kriti do not get home after all. They all laughed, including Goblin Slayer, when he said, her parents and my mother would probably want to kill me for getting her pregnant. Watertown. They discovered several dozen dead goblins when they entered the catacombs close to where they had dropped the cement-encased mirror. Low-rank adventurers did not make up the previous adventurer party. Only those with steel rank or higher, according to the Sword Maiden, were allowed to participate in the quest and were informed of the challenges they would face. After they killed them all, the 3 adventurers were more than prepared for the goblins. They didn't stay to find out the goblins' purpose. No, they weren't required to do that as part of the quest. That was all it had to do with getting rid of the goblins. Goblin Slayer and the others, however, continued to remain vigilant. The dwarf pointed to the deep pool and said, the mirror is down there. They were all afraid to approach too closely, thinking that the albino alligator might be waiting. Broken spear heads were scattered across the stone floor as the elf ran her fingers among the stones to check the areas close to the sides. The dwarf asked, what do you think, Long Ears? She glanced around before grinning slightly at everyone. The goblins were here all right. Looks like they had brought some type of harpoons or large spears with them. The elf grabbed one. The length and size of the serrated edge were comparable to those of Goblin Slayer's sword, displaying it for everyone to see. Goblin Slayer pointed to the remains of a block and tackle, saying, they came here to kill the swamp dragon or at least drive it away long enough for them to get the mirror. Long wooden poles, gears, and ropes. The goblins had attempted to do so, but the final adventurers had arrived just in time. Goblin Slayer shook his head in response to the priestess' question, do you think they might try again? Goblin Slayer picked up what had once been a goblin shaman's staff and said, I don't know. This had been a mid-sized group of them. Perhaps about 30 or so. I had a suspicion that this was the person who devised the whole scheme to retrieve the mirror. The adventurers and most likely the alligator were to blame for its failure. Though large, the harpoons were neither large nor lethal enough to pose a real threat to the familiar sword maidens. It would, at most, irritate or anger the enormous monster. He would assume that the goblins could make another attempt, but it would be futile. The goblins had simply too many challenges to overcome. For example, the mirror was at least 50 or 60 feet below the surface. Even if they succeeded in chasing the alligator away, they wouldn't be able to get it back. I do not believe it is anything that we really have to worry about. We will just have to warn the Sword Maiden and make sure if she does send adventurers down here, they are prepared to fight goblins. Goblin Slayer shook his head when Izuku remarked, so in essence it was a waste of our time to come here. Goblin Slayer said toughly, when it comes to goblins, it is never a waste of time. Nevertheless, he had a suspicion that the others shared his thoughts, as Deku had just stated. After traveling for 2.5 days, they were essentially at a loss for what to do. So they'd go back home. Momo chose to spend most of the following day at the guild since she was so bored. The truth sayer and guild girl sat with him and spoke on several occasions, which made her less bored. She drew on multiple pieces of paper when the other two girls were unable to, experimenting with the concept of making a cell phone, in addition to a few satellites. Sadly, there were a few issues with that concept. The first was that she didn't know how to make a satellite, or even if she did, she was clueless about how to launch it into orbit. Therefore, it served more as a diversion from her boredom. But Izuku was another concern of hers. Her presence would have prevented him from becoming compulsive about saving everyone or impulsively taking on risky situations, rushing into areas that a reasonable person might avoid. It was impossible for her not to worry. What could she think or say? She adored the fool. He was her husband, after all. She winced as the witch set down a cup of herbal tea in front of her. The woman smiled and said, "What, this is a special blend, dear, that is good for those that are pregnant." Momo sighed quietly. Someone had given her tea, and this was her 4th cup. It only made her want to urinate, at most. Momo said, "Thank you," and motioned for the witch to come along, which she carried out, occupying the opposite seat from her. 2 young adventurers were being spoken to by the woman's partner, who was telling them not to go on any goblin quests. Because of the goblin attack at the farm last year, it has become customary here to prevent ill-prepared adventurers from putting themselves at risk by underestimating the goblins. Too many young and inexperienced adventurers weren't prepared for that kind of quest yet. The witch said, "So how are you, dear?" And Momo grinned. "I am getting used to the morning sickness. Beyond that, I am a bit bored. I need to find something to do other than creating things to be sold at the store," replied Momo. She couldn't just sit at home and read a book or watch TV. There weren't many books in existence, because the invention of the printing press was still in the future. Thus, every book was written by hand. After debating whether or not to build a printing press, she decided against it. Even if she did, there wouldn't be many books to print in the first place. Therefore, there would be no use in it. The witch remarked, "If I can help you, dear, just ask." Momo grinned. Although there were a few annoying adventurers, she generally liked them all. However, she found most of them to be amiable enough that she liked them. Primarily because adventurers were a close-knit group that would fight to the death to defend one another, even though they might quarrel and disagree. Some even had friendships. The witch paused just before lighting her pipe, restoring it, avoiding smoking close to the expectant mother. She set the cup aside after finishing her tea. Another girl, who happened to be one of the other young adventurers' partners, stepped forward at that precise moment. She had just returned from the sewers with her partner, and they came to the guild after taking a bath. Momo was given another cup of tea by the girl, who smiled and reluctantly thanked her. 0. The return trip was largely silent. In general, they were all annoyed by the quest, particularly after learning that the Sword Maiden was already familiar with nearly all of what they had found. In other words, it was a waste of time. Now even Goblin Slayer had to acknowledge that, thinking that rather than wasting 5 days doing nothing of value, they could have all gone on another goblin-based quest. Izuku was annoyed that he had abandoned Momo. Given her condition, he did not enjoy doing that, concerned that she might go too far. However, he was informed by one of the older women that he was not required to wait on her hand and foot. In fact, if he continued to do that, his wife might start to get annoyed. But he was powerless to stop it. He wanted to make sure she stayed healthy and avoided doing anything physically demanding while she was pregnant. Izuku scowled as the elf said, "Calm down, Deku. It took us 2.5 days to get there and it will take 2.5 days to get back." Very tempted to jump the distance or power up and run. However, he decided against it because he had a long list of chores he wanted to complete and it would only exhaust him. He had to exercise patience. Gazing out the front of the wagon, Deku stated, "I just want to get home and make sure Kriti is all right," observing the road winding through woods and between trees, as well as up and over small hills. The realization that it would take 2 more days to get home made him hardly able to sit still after they had been traveling for half a day. The priestess leaned back against the side of the wagon after saying, "I am sure she is fine." Izuku gave her a look and shook his head when she asked, "So have you and Kriti thought of names yet?" Considering the local customs, Izuku remarked, names. No, Kriti wants to wait until she or he is born and then we will pick one. A person or child here does have a name for the first few years, but after they reach a certain age, that name disappears. After that, a task name is assigned to them. They would only use their names prior to that. At first, calling Momo Kriti felt strange and challenging. However, it got easier after a month. However, he called her Momo and she called him Izuku when they were by themselves. Izuku shook his head once more when the lizard priest asked, is she going to come back and do quests after some time? No, Izuku was aware of his friend's actions. In essence, they were diverting his attention from the length of time it would take to return home. He suspected that was the case back home when two heroes had a child. We decided that one of us has to give up being an adventurer. So we flipped a coin and she lost. She was not happy about it, but we cannot risk having both of our baby's parents not coming home again. That meant one of us had to quit and remain home. They didn't orphan any children because one of them gave up being a hero. It also made sense here. They could identify with his statement, actually in time I may partially retire as well. Only to go on quests when you guys need a little extra muscle. The adventurer mortality rate was high, regardless of how well regarded or excellent they were. With a slight smile, the elf remarked, I am surprised you have not retired already. This is not the life for someone that is going to be a parent. I bet that Kriti would rather have you home rather than out here on a quest. She glanced around at the priestess, pondering when her friend would be unable to accompany her on quests. It would and will occur. Everyone ages with time, with the exception of immortals. Oh. As Cowgirl started to place another cup of herbal tea in front of her, Momo said, no more tea. Everyone has been giving me tea almost all day long. I have had 7 cups already and any more I will end up spending the night in the outhouse. She stated and Cowgirl chuckled. She drank the tea herself. Cowgirl said, everyone does that because they care. She then took a seat. She had come to see how Momo was doing again. She started at her cottage, but when she realized her friend wasn't there, she moved on to the next sensible location. The guild. She now had every intention of ensuring her friend's safe return home. Momo nodded when she asked, are you about to go home? Momo stood up and said, I better or someone else is going to bring me another cup of tea. Cowgirl followed suit. Cowgirl said, how about I come with you and make sure you get home all right? And Momo took a deep breath. Then he turned to see the witch and spearman standing at their table. The witch came closer. Momo sighed as the witch said, it is getting late dear. How about we come with you as well? Pondering whether this was the way things would be going forward. Where all the people she knew waited for her and wanted to make sure she was okay. What could she say, then? They were kind enough to worry. As Momo and the others made their way to the door, Spearman opened it, waited for the 3 ladies to enter, and said, okay, I guess that would be all right. When they did, he looked around for any dangers while holding his spear loosely in his hand. She went home with the 2 girls, and Spearman took a seat on the porch. He took a blanket out of his bag and placed it on the planks of wood. Spearman's partner was asked, what is he doing? The witch grinned. Oh, he intends to remain there tonight dear. With Deku not around it might be best that someone be around since sometimes the nights can be dangerous. The witch replied with a slight grin. Momo would object, but once more, she thought it was kind of cute that the others were acting in that manner. Other than accepting it, what else could she do? Momo suspected that the other girl had also planned to stay since she had arrived at the guild. Speaking of the night, do you mind if I stay the night? I do not relish in the idea of walking home, alone in the dark. Cowgirl asked. She now wanted Izuku home sooner after all of this attention. Hopefully, he would be the only one to show her all the attention. However, she had a suspicion that the others would be the only ones to continue. She grew glum. Momo turned to face the witch as she asked, dear, are you all right? I smiled weakly at her. Momo acknowledged that she had given that some serious thought nearly immediately after he left, saying, I miss my husband. If this is how it is going to be with him going on quests, then I will have to really consider whether I want him to continue being an adventurer. Now that she was pregnant, it was clear that they needed to genuinely reevaluate either of them being adventurers because they had realized that they would be here for the rest of their lives. Perhaps it was time for Izuku to step down, as she had already done. Consider becoming an adventurer only occasionally and avoiding long-term quests. Domestic world. Mei Hatsume let out an audible gasp and shook her head in denial. On her computer screen, however, it was. The computer simulation's ultimate outcome showed that it was a failure. That it wouldn't work even if she were to clone the correct DNA sequences. In other words, they were essentially unable to bring Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya home. It was more than just Osakaki Tashinyaki's peculiarity. He had to concentrate on a spot in order to open a portal to the place he had sent them. It wouldn't work with a computer control. It could be anywhere, but at most it would open a portal. Therefore, there was no chance that her idea would succeed unless it was a complete coincidence. Unfortunately, the Hero administration had already concluded that it was not possible from a scientific standpoint. Therefore, there was no way to bring the two home unless someone with a similar quirk could be found. Now that she was gone, there was no more hope. She couldn't think of anything else that would even work. 5 years from now, coming home after assisting Goblin Slayer and the others in battling a goblin infestation, Izuku arrived home to find his wife, Momo, and daughter, Shina, age 4, waiting for him. Momo had recently returned from her position as a technical support advisor at the guild. 3 years ago, the guild implemented something new. It was her responsibility to offer guidance, materials, and even research on different quests. He gave Shina a hug first, then Momo a hug and a kiss. She took a plastic strip out of her pocket and grinned at him. He waved it before his green eyes, which were now nearly protruding. He appeared to be on the verge of fainting, so she said, "Guess what, Izuku, it is positive again." She then laughed.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.